Good evening, ladies and gents, and welcome back to this week's GKP Live. Usual thing, guys. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, and as if,
magic.
That was good timing.
I'm good at night.
Yeah, that was perfect timing, bud. How's everybody doing?
All good.
Sweet. Sorry, Rob.
I'm trying to work out where Vince is. He looks like he's on the space station.
I know where he is.
Well, I know where he is.
I'm
He
not
looks like the
gonna-
space station.
We'll leave it for people. If you can guess where Vince is this evening, answers in the comments. Let us know. See if you can tell. Right then, ladies and gents, this evening we have quite a few topics to discuss. Not loads. We've got one or two quick ones that were just thrown in at the end. One that's got me thinking a little bit. Another one that hopefully, when our other two guests join us this evening, we will be having a detailed description and input from Mr. Allan Tait. So hopefully, fingers crossed, if all goes well, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having a look at a selected through a few koi that I've picked at random for us to have a chat about see which one we'd go for, what we'd think, and what we would think would be the best one. I mean, some of them aren't brilliant because I want to see the difference in what we all think to them. Some of them are very, very similar to each other, and you think, I can't really pull one between them. We've got Ginrin to be looking at because these are going in like show classes in the sense of we have a Ginrin Achiba, we have a Ginrin Asage, and a Ginrin Showa, because all those three would still be competing in the Kawara Mono, which is, I think, a section for the Ginrin. And then the other one would be, we've got three different Doits. So we've got Showa, Kahaku, and another Achiever, I think. So that we can have a chat about them and have a talk which we would pick, and then hopefully we're going to get Alan to tell us where we went wrong. And then on each category of fish, if Alan doesn't mind, is to explain to us what would be a good thing to look for when picking that type of fish as a category show fish for the individual that was going out to pick a good fish for showing.
He's got something coming, isn't he? He's not coming on.
Let's hope it does now, because I spent a long time putting all their photos together last night, but we'll see.
Fair enough.
Fingers crossed. And then I think Crafty's going to be joining us as well, so fingers crossed all goes well and we'll have a decent show. But we have got a few topics to talk about as well, and we've also got the Kahaku Koi appreciation to do afterwards, which I'm hoping that both of them hang around for and they can give us their little feedback on what they think. There's been some nice fish to send in, to be fair. There's been some real good ones. Let's face it, not all of them are massive. Well, not all of them are big fish. There's some, Daz, you've put in some small ones, and there's been quite a few other people putting some smaller little ones. There's some nice fish to have a look at. So let's crack on. Let's go with the first question. And the first question that we've got, and it is small koi and the pleasure of trying to pick and grow into a quality fish, or spending lots and lots of money and trying to buy the quality fish. Which is the best thing to do? Which, in your opinion, I'm guessing it's going to be buying small koi and growing quality and seeing how they develop and progress and what you get from them, or going out there and buying quality fish straight away and having show pieces in your pond at 60, 70, 80 cm.
In an ideal world, it'd be great buying little ones, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And that's much more interesting, but unfortunately, no one lets them go, really.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So, yeah, if a farm produces 1 million fish a year and they have 100 that they deem quality, they don't go off cheap. They don't go off as little fish.
No.
Unless you're a mug like me.
It's what they save, isn't it? That's the bread and butter, isn't it, really?
Yeah. So, yeah, some varieties you can, if you're lucky, to get pick of fish. But that's the problem. Isn't it? Quite often, most people will go to a dealer that's had the best that they could get from the best that they could get from someone else, or the best they could get, by which time you're picking the best of what's available, not the best of what was available.
Yeah. The only way that you could truly have that capability would be to spawn your own. If you got good quality fish in the first place, spawn your own and then grow them on to get quality fish from your own spawns, like Vince is going to do and like Daz is going to do, and to an extent, Rick, how you do. But obviously yours going to sales as well, so you're selecting through them, you're grading through them, and then you're moving on the stuff of a lesser grade, a sale stuff. Unless, do you sell? Do you with your fry? Your young stuff. Do you just literally go, right, before I've had anything out of any of them, scoop, job lot, that's it, out they go, and
that's the whole point of it.
Some of the best of your best.
The whole point is they go out from the parents. They just go out, but the problem is, a good farm in Japan might raise 100,000 fry from one parent set to a point where they can pick the good
identify
one.
them.
And if I sell 100 fish or 1,000 fish to someone, the chance of having a good one is small at best, and the chance of them looking after them properly to get the good one to be there it's mind-numbing. Yes, that's the problem. And even our best parent sets are way behind a big farm in Japan's parent sets.
Yeah.
And so it's a numbers game, but it's also a environmental issue.
Oh yeah, 100%.
To be able to raise. So say Daz has got 2 good quality kahakus to raise all of those fry, 250,000 fry up to 2-inch to be able to properly select them. He's going to need 10 acres of water.
Yeah.
You're not going to do it any other way.
Yeah.
And then there's the problem. So you have to keep a smaller number of them, so the chance of having the good ones is reduced, or you've got less of them, and that's the problem.
We were looking at
all the time.
Overnight, weren't we? We were looking at koi farms over in Nagata, and a lot of them, the vast majority are like 80, 90, 100, 120 acres. And then you've got some that are like 300 and 400, 500 acres. So these are the guys that are producing those amount of fish, like you say, and that's the kind of space you need to produce them. It's not something you can do on a smaller scale, is it, at all?
No.
Well, you can, but
not
to
at
that
the
level
same
that they're doing, to produce that quality that they're doing.
Realistic expectations is the key.
Yeah.
So if you go into it with, I want to be able to get fish that I enjoy and that are good, great. You're not going to be producing fish that compete in grand champion level in shows from a small number of fish. So you go into it with eyes wide open, thinking if I've got something out of 100, 200,000 fry that I can have in 5 years' time and enjoy, that's kind of a winner, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you, Ricky, ever achieved just one really good fish that you thought, that could compete on top show levels?
In some varieties, yeah. But
I just think a fish did win, didn't they? Was it Scotland? One of the shows?
Yeah. That's just to do with variety and looking after fish or whatever. So that's not something we've even kept on the farm. It's been kept in a pond for 6 years or whatever to a good size. It's not producing like a Go Sankey that's 90 centimeters that's competing at a top level. That's just not what we're trying to achieve, and it's not.
No, it's a special set of circumstances you've got to create for that, isn't it? And it's a lot to dedicate just to try and do that.
Yeah, I'd have to say it's probably genetics. Obviously, you can't do it without the genetics, but you can't do it without the environment.
Yeah.
And it's probably half and half in terms of if you've got the right genetics and you've got the right environment, that's the only way of doing it. And there's no one in this country.
Good evening, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is.
It's early, mate.
Say again?
It's early evening, I believe.
I can't get my hours in, man. I've been doing so many hours recently. I've lost track of time, days, and everything. Fuck me, Vince. Where are you? You've been knocked out.
It's on the space station. You can see the 2x2 that they built it from.
Don't tell me, mate. You're building somewhere new to live.
No. If I was building somewhere new to live, it would be on New Forest Koi Farm.
Fucking wouldn't, mate. Look at Ricky's reaction.
Well, Sean actually said if I was to let that happen, he said my daughter wouldn't look at me.
Right, let's move that out of the fucking way. That's better, isn't it? Too bright.
Is the sound okay? Is everybody? Because I just got a message then saying we got an echo. Is everybody's sound okay? Am I coming through clear? Is everybody normal?
Can't hear an echo.
Oh, we finally got it.
I can hear a little echo.
I can hear
I've got a small
clear.
Right, try that one. Try again. See if you can. I'll just keep knocking.
Gaz, it's you, mate.
It might be down to me. It might be me because I did alter this volume over day, so it could be me. Right then, next topic then, eh? Well,
we've gone off
unless yourself. Does
No,
or,
I think the buying young koi is for most people an amazing way to go because it's a learning journey, isn't it? You buy them and you learn so much more than going out and buying a top end. You know, you go and spend 10 grand on one fish. What have you learned? It's a nice fish, and you're scared about it half the time.
yeah.
You buy 100 little ones, you watch them develop, you learn and learn and learn. But
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, it's true that you don't have the same financial attachment to it. You do worry if you spend a lot of money on a fish. Every time there's a little mark on it or something, you think, "Oh my god, what's the matter with it?"
And do you think that becomes more so as the bigger the fish gets too?
potentially, yeah. It's always, if you've only got 6 fish in your pond and they're all 10 grand fish, and if money is normal, people would be, that's a lot of money, then you would be out there all the time, almost paranoid about them, keeping them in perfect condition. But if you're buying little ones and growing them, they go through phases. They go through periods when their skin's not perfect or things are happening. And that's, I love that learning. But there is obviously options out there. You can go and spend big money, buy top end fish. But have you got the skills to keep them top end, or are they going to suddenly become less than top end?
The other issue.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of skill in keeping good big fish good.
Yeah.
A lot of skill.
Keeping the quality is an art form.
Now, what do you mean by that though? Like altering foods, changing the colours of the fish, colours dropping off, or just literally the quality and not
Keeping them in their
damages
prime,
to them and
everything.
stuff like that?
Yeah.
Everything, water quality, food, the whole thing is an art. Yeah, it's just it's difficult.
The bigger they are, the harder it gets.
Yeah. The bigger they are, the more problems you seem to have.
The biggest fear for me is the bigger they get, the more easier they seem to be the first ones to go in a problem. A bigger fish needs a lot more oxygen and all that kind of thing. You know, you get something slightly wrong, and it seems to be. And Vince has said in past, your favourite fish. It's always that one. It's always
the
that
nicest
that
fish
gets
in the
nailed.
pond.
Yeah.
That's just sod's law, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
There's
always
more
a
of
shower.
an element of that, but-
Showers always die first.
Well, yeah, that kind of leads us into another topic that we've had and we've experienced within our own little group this week. Showers, they don't really seem to do all that well, do they? They are. I mean, Bubble and Finn's Vicky's partner Paul has lost one yesterday. It was perfectly fine. Water parameters. Sorry, not yesterday, the day before. Water parameters perfectly fine, no wrong, everything hunky dory. Added a couple of more fish because they were a bit skittish. They all seemed to calm down. They all seemed proper, chilled out, feeding better because there was more of a number in there. Only added like 4 or 5. All been quarantined, everything. And then next thing you know, one's bellied up, job done, gone. Nothing wrong with it. No parasites, nothing on it at all. They're just done. Perfectly healthy looking fish. Laboured, breathing, and just eventually just fizzled away to now.
We had the same with Susan's Kahaku, though, didn't we? A couple of months ago.
Yeah.
That was hand feeding the night before and then come down the next morning and we was on the bottom.
But they get problems. You get brain hemorrhages, heart attacks, failure, same as people. And obviously, the more inbred the people or the fish, the more that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Basically.
I think that's the problem with the shower.
I know we've probably said it many times before, haven't we? Like, when it comes to the show, they are selected and selected and selected and selected to a point where they are weaker, aren't they? Then, obviously, with it.
Yeah. All top end are weaker.
Yeah.
That's part and parcel, isn't it? You don't get your ghosty don't keel over and die when you feed him whatever. And that's. But we all push the boundaries to have nicer and nicer fish, and the only way of creating nicer fish is by selective breeding. Something's got to drop
gene
out.
pools.
Yeah, but you have said though on the farm that you have noticed that Showa produced more deformities and defects than most other varieties.
By a mile, 100%. But that's again, it's the same. It's in the genetics. You can't get away. You can't turn and go, oh, I'm going to cross this show with a Chagoy or a Ghosty to make it stronger. Well, you can, but unfortunately, you ain't going to have any sellable offspring from it.
No.
So you've got to draw a line. So if we cross a Deutsch shower with a Ginrin shower that are from completely different lines, you might make something stronger, less technically perfect, but sellable and nicer. It's just there's a balance.
Yeah.
Crafty showing us a message.
Nice
Can't
one.
read that.
Can't read shit.
Said
You're
meet
all
behind
looking
the
at
bike
little
shed.
screens, though, aren't you? So I could see it.
But yeah, you can't breed anything selectively without losing something. So if you're after Benny quality, Sumi quality, body shape, then you're going to lose size growth. Or if you get the growth in, you're going to lose genetic weakness from another point. And that's the same with any pedigree animal that's ever been produced by humans, pretty much ever, I think.
Hence why you put so many different variations in with one female's eggs when you're doing your spawnings.
Not quite, but yeah, it's to create the right
Can you see
sellable.
what I mean? So you've
It's not just about hardiness; it's about what a sellable outcome is.
yeah.
So yes, we'd like them to be rock hard to live in everyone's ponds, but they also need to be attractive to people to buy. I can make very hardy fish and they look like carp. And I can't sell it.
I'll buy them. I'll buy them.
We've
I'll
got
sell them as McCoy.
we got the part 2 coming out tomorrow evening from Daz's Autumn Harvest, and we were looking through most of the, well, not most of them, but a lot of them, and there are quite a few of them, Daz, that we like, that we kept from his carp cross. But those fish, man, they're kind of like, they are bulletproof, as you just said. I mean, just because of that one cross into, some of them look pretty funky, some of them have got some pretty damn cool patterns on them and stuff. But they seem to...
They're all bigger and
They're all
there's
bigger,
no
chunkier fish,
issues
better-bodied
and
fish
stronger.
and everything, in every
No
way, shape
defects
and
with
form. And they're hard as nails, Daz, don't they, in a sense?
Yeah. I imagine if you got a pond full of fish and all the other fish died, then they would still be alive at the end of it.
Yeah, 100%. We've got ponds we'll put 200 carp in, and we know we'll get 200 carp back out.
Yeah.
Carp, but you do that with koi, and you're in a completely different place, and it depends on the type of koi you put in. So we've got some ponds that aren't as stable, so we have to grow shishuis, chagoids, stuff. Certain varieties will fit certain ponds. There's no point in us putting our top end showers in ponds that are going to struggle with oxygen at the back end of the summer because they ain't going to come out. You know, it's just it's genetics, isn't it? That's part of the breeding. That's part and parcel. But how many big fat Deutsch, carpy, ghosty things can you sell?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think most people would just look at them and think, yeah, you might get one or couple of people interested in some just because it looks that little bit. I mean, some of them, Daz, the ones that we're talking about, that what Daz has done, they look like common with an underlying yellow hue to them. So they've taken the yellow from the Yami.
Yeah.
Because it was crossed with Yamabuki male, wasn't it?
There was a yellow Yami. There was an orange Ogon, the male that crossed
that's
with
where that's come from.
Orange. Yeah, that's from that.
You'll get to see these guys because they're something else. These are like chags.
Suri as well. Some of them have got the bars of the Kilt Suri on. I did it more to then back cross that generation with something else further down the line to see if it can bring the colour back out of it, but still retain a bit of the hardiness. It's only just an experiment, just messing about, really. Bit of fun.
If you imagine Cadbury's Terry's chocolate orange, you know, that orangey colour. These are chags. They look like a chag, but the underside of the belly, instead of having that, you know, golden colour like a chag would, these are orange.
Bright orange belly.
Orange. They're wicked, man. I say, if you don't sell none and they keep growing like they are, as they are, I'm going
Was
to
that
have
in
one
your
on
last
my
video?
pond because that's something else. Even some of them with Arigoki scales that look absolutely belting. And that one does. It got one that just looks like it's got a blue hue to its body, with 2 orange patches about this big either side of its body, perfectly symmetrical, not a single scale on it all, full leather, proper nice.
Window fish.
Yeah, window fish for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because you sure as hell won't see them from above.
No, definitely not. But the other ones, the main bulk of them, have got the yellow head. They look like ghost koi, but without the ghost face. You know, that pattern of a face, of a skull. They've no skull to them, but yeah, I think they're pretty damn nice, mate. In fact, well, I quite like them a lot, Daz. They've got such good bodies on them, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, nice. And you'll see them come Friday anyway.
But how brutal were you with the culling then?
Oh, we were damn brutal. There's about...
Not like you normally are then, Daz.
Oh no.
Oh no, Daz
that
is a
Daz
changed man,
he's
Vince.
gone.
He's a
You
changed
never
man.
see that Daz again.
We went from... He must have had 3,000 of them. At least. And he's got maybe 12. So pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But there's 1 or 2 of them that are Ginrin as well, with the same colours but Ginrin. They look. You know, they're not show fish, Daz, are they? By any way, shape. But they're just something different, and each one of them's got their own little character to it. It's pretty damn nice.
Have you got any shiro? What are they called?
Shirimujis.
Oh, you got any of them, Daz?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fucking loads of them.
I've got a few. Yeah,
We've got the king of Shirimujis. That one got
not so
sneaked
many
back
now.
in. And we've also got some squashed tomatoes too. There's a few of them wanged in.
Yes.
I'll tell you what though,
Someone
the Gimrin Deutsche Achievers that Ricky's created.
Oh man, them are nice.
They
They're nice.
they bling
Yeah.
something rotten.
Have you got
They
a lot
are.
of them, Rick? Or is that just... Was that the select choice of them that you were down to?
No, I've got a few stashed.
Oh, good. I think
Yeah, there is better ones than the ones that run that short, but they were just unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ginrin on them is something else, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially against that patterning Achieva kind of colouring as well. It's like
Gonna
that.
try for that next year in Shisui.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
What did they call that? I mean, it's off topic, guys. Vince, what did they call that fish that you got from Adam Bayer? That one that I said I've got one of them. It's a little bronzy looking thing. I thought it was a Makashi, but it's not.
Kinkabuto.
A what?
Kinkabuto.
Kinkabuto.
I was right, Daz.
Yeah.
They are beautiful, man.
There they are.
Yeah,
sitting out there.
I've got a real nice one in the pond.
I've got a real shy one in my pond. It likes to hide behind plant pots or lily pots. It just constantly stays in there, tucked in corner out way. It's proper
Oh, bless him.
skittish, that. Right then,
Yeah, but
let's get
that
on
one
to
I
it.
got from Adam Bayer that day is looking really nice,
Yours
actually.
has got some size on it, mate, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Got a beautiful body shape to it now.
I've got a decent sized one in the second pond, Gaz, that we didn't net, because that's got
Yeah.
all the bluefish in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You need to have a chat about
nice.
them, Rick.
They have those. There's our sonny. He's coming here because vacuum cleaner's on in there.
Oh,
Be on your lap in a minute.
Is it? No, he's in doghouse, mate.
Oh no.
Decided they were going to. It'd only been left for an hour and a half. And he took one of the cushions off the sofa, stuck his head through one side, and his head out the other side, and ripped the insides out of it and threw it all around the living room.
bless
You're a
him.
cock, aren't you? Lives up to
I
his
believe
name.
you're blaming the dog, mate.
How would it work? Now, I have just been flicking up everybody's hellos and welcomes and all the rest of it. So if anybody has got any questions they would like to ask this evening, if you could do us a huge favour and type them out in capital... Oh, hang about, there you go, see. If you could do us a huge favour, type them out in capital letters, and that way then I won't miss them.
Excuse me for 5. I got to put Ez to bed.
No worries, mate. No worries.
Only take
We'll,
5.
we'll have a chat amongst ourselves and before we go on to
Don't
the
wait
next
for me.
topic.
It's clearly off for a poo.
Go ahead, lads, from Ardino. Hi up, you noticed you've got a comment pinned on my last video, bud? Budget Pond Keeper says, evening, Rob and Chris. Now, Sonny, don't be chasing the fish in the tank. Leave them be. Come on. Up. We've got Koi Karma says, good evening, Vince, Rick, Gaz, Daz.
Evening, Dave.
Hope you're all okay, especially Vince. Good evening, Dave. Sally Harfield says, evening, Budget Pond Keeper. Vince, you can't sleep in the shed at Skeggy's. So did anybody get anybody? Did anybody actually... Sonny, you up. Come on. Over here. He's chasing me clown loach. He used to sit there and watch him, but now when that one whizzes past, he gets quite, darting around back and forward at it. We got good evening from Chris Taylor.
Evening.
Good evening from ANC Koi.
Evening, ANC.
I'm just trying to see if we've got. Dino says, don't have Kahaku. My least favourite. I see, that's it. You're not the only one that thinks that, mate.
No.
I would have thought that the Kahaku would have been one of the most popular fish gone, and I thought would be inundated with pictures of people's Kahakus. There's not as many as what I was expecting, to be fair.
I thought there'd be hundreds.
Yeah, but the Kahaku, there you go. I mean, DT Koi thinks same thing, mate. He's not a fan of them either.
You
Don't like
know
them so
something
much at
else?
all.
The Kahaku, I think you can learn so much out of a Kahaku, it's unreal. And I'm only saying that since I moved down to Perfect, because personally, I never really appreciated them either, mate. I found them quite boring. But the more that we got in, the more I started to watch, and actually, you can see real good quality. It's very easy to see good quality skin, good sashi, good kiwa, different types of kiwa, body shapes, etc. Kahaku are an extremely good learning fish, especially for the Go Sankey range. So if you strip back Showa and Sankey, right, you've got a Kahaku. Right, so if you can start eyeing in on or owning in on how they work and develop, and then you then add how our Showa works and develops, you already beat a certain percentage of it by knowing how a Kahaku works. You then just had to add the Sumi development for the Showa and the Sankey afterwards. So from my own personal perspective, I learned so much out of Kahaku, even to the point where I bought 3 or 4 to put in my own tank to have a look how they develop. And actually you sort of start to really warm to them once you start watching them and learning and watching them develop. I mean, Chris just put in a good comment there. They are the most sold koi in my shop, Kahaku. And it's mad, but I hear so many I don't like them. Me too. But you put a whole like pond of like the Momotaro Kahaku together, it can be overwhelmingly quite boring. But you mix them in with different varieties, and they start standing out when they start good quality. Yeah, But I'm with you, man. I was like, the Kahaku is a Kahaku. I'd much prefer an Achiba. Well, Achiba.
Yeah, we actually got Google to pronounce it over there, just so we could see how it was pronounced. Elizabeth Fars asked a question there. What happens if my koi breed with my Shabubkins goldfish next spring? Are the offspring sterile like mules?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are, aren't they? I
And
think
they come
most
out like
hybrids
big
are.
fat ghosties.
Yeah.
They come out like a weird shaped ghost koi. We done it. We used to do it.
Do they still keep the barbels?
No. So they're basically really tall. They'll grow to, I don't know, 20 inches long maybe, but
Like
tall.
a pasty.
Yeah.
Like a pasty.
F1.
My dad's got one. He's got a Shabubkin cross koi, and it's literally it's topped out about that. But it does look quite. I'm saying it's probably really like that because the rest of it's fins, because the fins are quite a bit longer with it being a Shabubkin cross. But it's a pretty looking fish. But no, it's never done nothing in all the time he's had it, and he's had it for a good 15 years or so, if not more. It's never spawned. So yeah, I think all hybrids, in that sense of fish, not capable of spawning.
I don't know.
The roach bream.
Yeah, you get roach rudd.
I can't. I don't know. I think a roach rudd would end up being able to reproduce. I don't know how far.
They're close,
you've got
aren't they?
across.
That's what your roach rudd. Yeah, they're close.
You get
fish
like
anyway,
roach rudd, like hybrid naturally anyway, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're sterile because I think the hybrids tend to grow bigger because of the fact that they don't spawn. The natural, like the roach rudd hybrids. I don't know if that goes for all of them.
Oh yeah,
Who
Daz.
knows?
Quick message there from Chris. The axolotls are doing great. Send some footage to the show later.
Cool.
These all of them have.
Have you got them started on brine shrimp yet, Chris?
They can't catch brine shrimp, can they? Those things.
Oh yeah, savage.
Yeah, apparently Vicky was telling me tonight, Daz, they only tend to really go for something more moving because they've got bad eyesight.
Yeah, and when they're tiny babies, they will only eat live food. When they get bigger, they'll start to eat dead stuff, pellets. But when they're tiny, they're just solely live food.
They sound like koi, mate.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
really movement orientated. Very similar to koi, really. Except you don't need oxygen.
I'm not very
Just
movement oriented.
water change every day.
There you go, mate. Water change regular every day.
Every day.
In the present, he's got them in. They call them cubic meter by them white vats, big white vat things. That like
You don't
behind
need
you
anything
there.
massive.
He's got him in that an IBC at the moment, but it's only
Bloody hell.
quarter full.
That's going to make it difficult for water changes. I rear them in little Chinese takeaway boxes, 22 a box, and just do a daily water change, and that works fantastic. If you
He's got
Tell
40
me, sir.
Chinese takeaway boxes on his kitchen worktop last Christmas.
Stacked up like-
Stacked up.
about 20 of them stacked up with 20 in each. Yeah, they do fantastic like that. If you put an air stone in, it's too much disturbance, and the bubbles can get stuck to the gill feathers, cause problems. Don't try and aerate them. Just water change every day. If you change the water every single day, once a day, you'll have no problems.
There you go.
Good stuff.
So long as you age your water for a day. I fill a big bucket up, age it for a day, and then use it 24 hours later. So the chlorine gas is off.
How many axolotls do you have in one takeaway tub? 20, did you say?
20, yeah. And that works till you get them up to about 3/4 of an inch. Then you've got to start splitting the numbers down, otherwise they start eating each other. You have to move them into bigger boxes or get more boxes.
Big, yeah, right. Stick them in the pond then. Sure.
And then it becomes a ball ache because you're doing like 40 water changes every night with individual tubs.
So,
Just get a
It's
big
very
eye.
intensive, but it's interesting. It's good, especially as you do it over the winter period when there's nothing else to do.
Are you allowed to sell them? Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Crafty, do you sell them? Axolotls?
No.
Why not?
They're fucking too hard to keep.
No,
Do you
Daz,
want-
you
do you
just
want
give
some?
them a
Daz
takeaway
has
tub,
got
mate.
400 of them.
Yeah.
Imagine
All
having
of
a
my-
pension license. Yeah, I've got
all of my bloody
takeaway
quarantine
tub.
tank.
But you've seen the documentation I've had to produce, Ricky. It's fucked up, mate, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I ain't copying all that, mate.
Copy it, just put it all in. Just let them have a look.
You've gone way overboard, I think. Mental.
Mate, honest to God, I had to submit 3 times. She was not happy until all that was in.
Fair enough.
Just so you know. I tried the short approach, mate. It was like, yeah, this is brilliant, but you're missing X, Y, Z, A, B, C, X, Y, Z. Fucking on and on and on, mate. So
yeah, you've come up with stuff I didn't even think about, mate.
Did all right, then, didn't I?
Yeah, you actually go out to every pet shop in the country.
Do you think?
I do, mate. We'll all close down, give up.
Well, that's why I shared it, mate, because I know that I put that much work in, saves you a lot of hassle, mate, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Even my boss, who was you fucking talking to today? I said, Rick at New Forest Coy. He said, have you sent him our stuff? I said, fucking right, I have. He's a geezer.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's like, oh, all right.
Nice. There we go.
Question there, Vince. What's the tank behind you, Vince? Is it filtration or is it a koi fry tank?
Our skeggy.
It's a koi fry tank.
It's a toilet, isn't it? In space.
Is that the biggest place, Vince?
Say again.
Your biggest place?
There we
You
go.
might, yeah, sorry, I'm at Skeggy's.
I thought so.
Sleeping sickness and the symptoms. Question for tonight, last minute. There
Okay,
we go.
first symptom is snoring.
Zed's coming out of water.
Is
Okay.
it
Rolled over on its side.
He's a bastard, mate.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a shot, Rick, but you've got a lot more experience with this. But you know, I'll probably learn. Well, you got 30 years, mate. I have.
Okay.
So, first things first, sleeping sickness. You will see that a fish will basically undisturbed be laying on its side. When you come to the pond, it will basically kick in its instinct and try and look as normal as it can. But the energy level will deplete extremely quickly and it'll end up basically lying on its side again. And you will find that if you got one and the others have not been subject to sleeping sickness, that they will quickly catch it. If they have been subject to it, they've already built an immunity, so therefore it generally won't take against the other fish. Way of getting out of it, put your salt levels to 0.6 and ramp your heat. That is the best way in order to try and help get them out of that process. And if you catch it really quickly, you will succeed using that method. But if it's a little bit too long, you're basically pissing in the wind because you'll have a lot of fatalities. Rick?
Kind of agree. It's symptomatic. You tend to find that certain varieties, again, it will go straight back to it. So we can, if we get an outbreak of it, like with the young, especially with the young stuff, and you've got a pond of just Sankies, the entire lot will do it.
Yes.
If you're quick on it and you do, if you've got a mixed pond, you might find that half the varieties don't even bat on it. They're just immunity deals with it immediately, even though they've never seen it. They'll deal with it and they carry on. They're normal. And then you have every Sankey and Cheryl Cark in the pond, lead down on the bottom, skin start. They blush up. They look pink. Mucus goes a bit cloudy. Really look rough. And yet every Chagoy Shishui in the pond swim around looking for food. Like, talking to me, I'm fine. It is temperature related. It is a viral problem that just kicks in. It's one of those, I think a lot of farmers in Japan used to deal with it. So what they do is they'd harvest the young fish, put them in a greenhouse with some old fish, deliberately make them catch it, ramp up the heat and the salt. They all get an immunity to it. They're good for sales a few weeks later. It's really quick.
And that's actually that's one thing I could have touched on, but on the imports in from Japan, after we've settled the fish in, we will throw in a couple of 3-4-year-old fish into the ponds just to induce a load of stress. So we call them stress fish, basically to try and hit them with that sleeping disease, so we can build the immunity. So and it does work. And when you bring them back out of it, we know that when we sell them fish and they hit your ponds, they've been through that cycle, and therefore because they've already built that immunity, they're not going to necessarily bring it into your pond. So, that's part of what we do, and not what we have to do, but it's part of what we do in order to prevent you guys, introducing fish. Because I 3-4 years ago, I bought a beautiful little kahaku, man, put it in my pond, and 2 weeks later, it was sleeping sickness, something that I'd never come across actually. And then trying to find a cure for it online, it was nigh on impossible. There's a couple of videos of people doing all sorts of things that, and I was losing so many fish. It was like, I didn't know about salt. I didn't know about temperature. All I seen was people throwing bags of salt in. They didn't tell the measurements. They didn't tell you about heating. I was literally, and I can look back now knowing what I know, seeing, what crap is out there, seeing people salt their pond like really high dosage and then do a complete water change and then salt the pond all over. It's like, I just couldn't get my head round. And it's like, here they all are, they look fine. I swear to God, it was edited to show the fish when they was first put in, to say, look, I managed to achieve it, but they probably lost them all. In honesty, there was just no information available on it whatsoever.
Do you think, really then, ideally, because if you get a fish that's not been exposed to it, and the likelihood is the rest of your fish in your pond at some point or another have been, we really should be exposing everything to it anyway, so that when they do come to a pond with a new or older stock, you're not then left with a fish that's likely to belly up in a matter of weeks because it catches it.
Yeah, but that's down to the dealers, mate, that are bringing the fish in. Dealers. One thing I will say is that speaking to a lot of dealers since being at Perfect, because as much as they're in competition with each other, they all help each other out. And they give each other advice in fairness. But the dealers should be doing exactly what I said. They should be in that quarantine period, really stressing the fish out, heat ramping, and bringing out any potential virus or disease prior to putting it into their own ponds and also your ponds as well. And if dealers aren't doing it, they will get caught out sooner rather than later through bad practice, right? And that's the biggest nightmare I have, if I'm honest. I shit myself the day that anything ever comes and bites me in the arse, because I would feel so bad that if something had got through our system into the pond, that's going to decimate a whole stock level, I'd shit myself, mate. And I'd feel really bad if I knew it come from me. I would feel absolutely terrible that had happened.
Yeah,
and
that's
most serious dealers would, and I put serious dealers underlined in bold in capital letters and then italic it off as well.
Well, I've lost 2 to sleeping sickness last winter. Never had any problems before. They were Polish fish, and as soon as the temperatures dropped, exactly what he says, went in, fish line on its side on the bottom, it gets up, swims off 6 foot, then it lays on its side again. So I knew about heating them up, so I took them out, put them in the polytunnel, warmed them up, and they were fine. We made a complete recovery within about a week or so. Put them back out in the pond. 2 days later, both dead.
Yeah, that's what happened. You remember those? I had 2 little showers dows that I got. There were 2. Yeah. I knew there was. I'm pretty sure there was Israeli, to be fair, and I knew they weren't Japanese. So I thought, well, the 2 nice looking, quite evenly matched, and I put them in, and within 3 weeks of each other, they both got the same thing, but proper lost weight as well, because they don't feed, do they? When they're not coming up, they don't come up to feed and all the rest of it. And they, like you said, Rick, they went milky. They looked like they were mucus layer. Yeah. They looked,
our biggest problem is, to be fair, we've got, as a farm, we sell shed loads of fish, clean, sterile as fry, that have never been exposed to nothing, and they go off, and we recommend they go off on their own, and they're kind of bulletproof. But all those people that take those fry at some point have got to introduce them to their ponds.
Yeah.
And that is the biggest, and that's what we've got to go through at the end of the summer. Like now, we're now having to harden our fish up to go into general sales. All the fry, the 250,000 fry we sold earlier this year, are generally in separate quarantine tanks, whatever they're doing with them, and they've got to get them hardened up to go in, mixing with other fish and dealing with these things. And certain varieties will do it a lot better than others. But yeah, it's such a common thing. We have someone that will buy 1,000 Sankies of us in May, and they've got 995 left now, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna put them into my main pond." They're all whatever they're doing, and that is the biggest thing. They've gone from never seeing anything to suddenly mixing with other fish, and now they're now going to meet multiple parasites, multiple bacterial problems, multiple whatever, and their immune system just gets hit.
Yeah,
and it can. Yeah, that's one of the hardest bits of the whole industry. How do you harden those fish up, and at what point? So you still got farmers in Japan doing it the old way that are introducing them to sleeping sickness and whatever. You still got farmers now that have eradicated it from their site and don't do it. So you've got fish coming in from Japan that have never seen it. You've got fish coming in from Japan that have seen it. Put them together, boom, you've got an issue going on. And that's anytime you mix stocks, doesn't matter where they're from. So people buy fish from us, they'll buy fry in the spring or the summer, growing them on. Wow, absolutely amazing. Then they want to buy, there's no yellow ones amongst them. So they'll buy a box of older yellow ones from us that have now been out, seen stuff. They're happy, good fish. There's nothing wrong with them, but they've seen more stuff than the other fish. So you mix the two batches together, and suddenly it's like World War III. You've just the young ones have now seen stuff they've never seen before, and unless you're experienced and know about temperature, salt, and dealing with them, by the time you deal with it, you've got a lot of dead fish in your hands.
Yeah,
that's
relatively quick, isn't it? Sleeping sickness, it does nail them fast, doesn't it?
It does. Certain varieties, again, the Go Sankey varieties get nailed by 10 times worse than anything else.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. I mean, can you go too far with biosecurity? I mean, like when they just import the eggs, no fish go into the farm, so there's no outside contamination whatsoever. Now, those fish, at some point, like you say, they're going to have to join the real world.
But that's the trouble. That's how we
their
do our
immune
fight.
system's
They're
sterile,
like
isn't
that.
it?
So you can have no mortalities in your fry whatsoever, right the way to whatever point they meet other fish.
Yeah,
and that's the kicker. That's the hard bit, and that's the bit that people have to deal with, and we can help them through it as much as we can by generally not putting the simple rule of thumb: you keep them separate, keep an environment you can control. Take a fish in the existing pond and put it into that environment, and when it all starts going wrong, you can control it in that environment. Yeah. As soon as you put this fish out of your pond, it's kind of out. It's an unheated pond outside. You're kind of struggling.
So in theory, it's like us bringing a fish home, putting it in quarantine system, and then bringing a trigger fish out of his main pond into quarantine system. But you doing it on a larger scale. You've got all your fish in one system, and you bring a trigger fish into there to see how that makes all them react to that one.
They're in a less stress. They're in their environment that you can control. So when it does go wrong, you can then take the heat up, add the salt, do whatever. And if it really goes bad and they'll die, it's only those. You're not.
Yeah, you've only lost them lot rather than two or three lots you've put together. Yeah.
Yeah. What we've also got to remember is that if these fish are in the wild and they spawn in a lake, right? It naturally will wean out the weak from the strong.
They basically will die.
Yeah, totally, except for like 20 fish that are built like Arnie and can bounce anything off. But that's the whole reason why fish spawns 500,000 eggs, because survivability rate is so small.
And that's what the whole koi business is built off.
Yeah,
creating an environment where they all survive, so we can create the crazy weak ones. That's
it's true, isn't it? It's exactly what we've done, isn't it? We've created a bag of fucking problems in a scaled pattern.
A bit like a British bulldog
fish.
Yeah.
A British bulldog that can't even breathe half the time, but everyone dash hound, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Horses.
That's what we do. Just to answer Mr. Tropical Koi's question, sleeping sickness is a dose of 0.6. Okay, and
Yeah. So
anybody using salt, make sure you get. I can never say this pissing word, salinity meter. Have I said it right?
Salinity.
I have to really think like I have to really put my brain in gear to get the pronunciation right. But make sure you get one.
What's the other one? And all you know those white fish? What do they call them?
Shirooji boojis, mate.
The Shoogie Boogie.
Shirooji boojis, mate.
What about this one then? Another quick question from Shasha's DIY Koi Pond. Hi all, what's everybody's thoughts on oxygen through the colder months ahead, as so many people say different things?
It shouldn't be anything different to say.
No,
That's my answer too. Mine get as much oxygen as I can give them all year round.
But you're missing okay. So water as a body contains more oxygen the colder it gets.
Yeah.
So the colder water is, the more oxygen it contains, and the colder a fish gets, the less oxygen it needs. So the answer to your question is you should never have an oxygen problem when it's cold.
Yeah.
Basically, because the water's got so much and the fish needs so little.
I think it's people state you must keep the air on or you must turn it off. I keep mine on. Right? It changes nothing, and you're not going to get anywhere like near to the point where you've so over oxygenated water that you create, bubbles in the blood and all that crap. Right? Unless you're going to start putting 50 million litres through your small pond, it's not going to happen. Right? Honestly,
it's impossible,
worry
isn't
about
it?
what it's not worth worrying about.
it stops it freezing as well to a degree.
Yeah, moving water does to an extent, but I'm sure that we'll have them questions in the next few months.
The only problem with moving water when it's cold is you'll stare in the 4-degree water at the bottom up to the top, so you can still chill it.
Yeah.
But an air pump in its own right heats up the air by compressing air, makes it warmer. So when you're putting it in,
Phoebe.
But yeah, don't
Kids.
Phoebe,
don't worry.
be in the meter quick.
Oh dear.
Get back on that wheel.
Oxygen when it's cold is not really a major. It shouldn't be a concern. Run if you want to run air, but you shouldn't need to. It's not.
I think last season there were all these things going around where everybody had got these turn your dial down jobs so you could reduce the amount of energy that your pumps were using, and you all saved 4 pence for the year. So in the grand scheme of things, I think it were a bit of a stupid thing to do, personally myself. If you're going to give them what you can, and like you says, winter months they ain't the one you need to worry about. Summer months, if you can give them more, because there's less oxygen in warm water. So that's when you really need to worry, as opposed to the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm getting hell of a red patches.
Yeah, I noticed that.
That's fucked up, isn't it?
Stress, mate.
It's like a bit of a gravel rash on
Get
your
them
head,
Catch it.
Dino's left sock says, Rick, can you cross a tench with anything?
You're right.
To the tench.
Yeah, cross it with your right sock, yeah.
What do you want to cross it with, Dino? I don't know. They're quite tinker. They're quite a separate species.
Yeah, there's no other ones in that genre, is there?
Daz, question
Catfish
for
is
you,
the
mate.
nearest. I'd say yes, a red tail
Catfish
cat.
or stone loach, something like that would be similar, but no.
Dino wants to know as well is, can I put an axolotl in my pond? I have.
Yes.
I show
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
Well, not now,
I've
obviously.
had them outside for about 5-6 years in the pond. No mortalities. Nice and big and fat and healthy. Yeah.
I've got 4 Daz now in my mini pond, and they are, what's the 4 types? Common one.
The wild type, golden, leucistic, and albino.
Albino.
I haven't got melon.
I got my arm pushed up my back saying, Gaz, take some of these home. Teddy will love them. He'll love them. Your grandson will love them. Off I walked with a box of 4 of them.
Do axolotls suffer with gill flukes on the outside?
No.
I'm hoping
that I
that
know
the gill. I'm
The
hoping
only
that
thing I
flukes will
found that-
attract to the axolotls and use them like a fluke magnet.
The only parasite I've ever found on them is trick. Trick will quite happily live on them, but then again, it's not a true parasite. They're just living off the crap that's stuck to them.
There you go. Perhaps we should all have one in our pond.
Yeah.
We'll see how they do, because mine are going in there and come next season. Hopefully when they've got a little bit, because apparently they grow to about 12
yeah,
12
10
inches.
12 inches, yeah.
They got to about 12 inches. If I can get them up to a decent size, then I'm going to put them in main pond. So we'll see whether or not they've got any limbs left when
The boys
Tad's
just
been
falling
finished
from the
sucking on
army.
them. Simon Shear says remedies for koi that have a continuous dorsal fin rot, unbelievable. Taking it out, treated it quite a few times. Pond has had 2 treatments of Malflex, still not healing.
Something's going on with that fish then.
Simon Shears has a problem in his pond? No way, this is a
Conspiracy.
no way. Fuck's sake. This is a conspiracy. Has to be. That's not like you, mate. That's the first time I've known you had a problem.
Is it fin rot or is it a weird case of carp pox on its fin? You do see fish that get like crazy carp pox. It just will not do one on one fish.
I've got that on a Saragoy in my pond, man. I can't shift it for love nor money. It'll be gone next season, this time next year, if it don't heal up.
What's the cat pox?
Yeah.
Well, right. I'm not saying this works, and it could have just been pure coincidence. Mike had a kahaku that had cat pox, and it was around the time when he had the fish that were getting the ulcers and everything, and he had that problem. So everybody had recommended doing all sorts of different things. We mixed up some PP powder and made it to a paste
with Vaseline.
No. We just used a drop of water in a teaspoon and just mixed it up into a paste. Now I flicked the cat pox off with my fingernail.
Yeah.
And then we dabbed that paste straight around it. 2 days later, mate, that brown patch had gone and the cat pox never came back for 6 months. And then obviously the ulcers and everything came back and the fish had to be dispatched anyway, but the cat pox stayed away.
Now I've got the carp pox sits right on the top lip.
Be right.
And right
off, top lip off.
Yeah, right the front ray and then down through half their dorsal. So, but it's quite an aggressive one. I've treated it with a few things, salt bath, and then I've done a PP paste with Vaseline to actually keep it on there. But it sort of dulls it off a little bit. But the immunity to the pox is not brilliant. So I'm giving it another year because sometimes it takes a little bit of time for that immunity to build. If it don't come next year though, mate, I'll donate it to the local university because that's where I'll put all my offloads.
So, you do real fish, they just don't build it. They just have carp pox.
Yeah.
I've had a couple that just don't shift ever. In fact, sometimes it's so fucking ugly, mate. I just want to put it to sleep, but I can't ever do that.
Well, I'm going to be honest.
Local university gets it.
I had one. I had an Achiba, and it started with cat pox just at the side of the dorsal, and it wasn't too bad first year. And come the summer months, it subdued, and disappeared. And I thought, oh, it's all right. The guy said when I actually took it back to the shop where I got it from because I had no idea at the time what the hell it was. And he said, it's cat pox, that mate. I said, right, what can I do with it? He said, nothing. It'll grow out of it. Come summer warmer months, it'll disappear. And it did. And the following year, it come back twice as big. And then again. And by the time it got to like its third year that I'd had that fish, 3/4 of its body were covered in it. So I donated it to an olive ground. It just looked like the fish was completely rotting away. It looked an absolute mess. And then I started getting cat pox on a couple of other my fish, and I never had it on any others till that fish came in the pond, which was a.
But it's a herpes virus, and some of us don't deal with it. It does. Chagoi do seem to be like Chagoi, Saragoy, those plain colour fish that can live with it do seem to be the worst for it. But
yeah,
it looks worse. Sorry, Rick.
Gone off topic, haven't we? We were.
Yes, we have. Yeah, sorry. To get back to the topic, which was the dorsal.
Simon's, yeah. But what I'm saying is it fin rot or is it perhaps just a bit of carp pox on the dorsal fin?
Yeah. Yeah,
Because generally, fin rot will heal up with malachite or whatever. Kill or
quickly,
cure, won't it?
very quickly.
Quickly, yeah, a couple of days, and it's gone.
Fin rot's like a flexibacteria. It is a pretty sensitive bacteria that will destroy your fish or be healed pretty quick.
Yeah.
Depending.
Yeah.
Spreads quick as well.
I would say that it's not continuous dorsal fin rot. It's like if you don't get rid of it, that fin won't survive, man. They will just get ate away so quickly.
Yeah, because it spreads. You did one, Daz. You had your Kiyotsugi had a real bad problem with its dorsal, didn't it? It just looked like the first leading ray, which is like it's got a little bit of a barb on it, hasn't it?
Yes.
As such, it's not really a barb. It doesn't hook back on itself, but it's a spike in it. It's a protective dorsal.
Well, the dealer where it first came from, he fucked it up with the net. He got it stuck in the net and ripped the.
Just a drop a minute.
Ripped the dorsal to pieces, and then it got infected after that. And then
I don't do
it passed on to me through another person. He says, "Can you do anything with it?" So I took it home, I treated it, and it made a complete recovery.
Yeah. Did you? Oh no, that was. I was going to say, did you trim it up? But it wasn't that one, was it?
That wasn't that one. That was Sankey. That was Randy the Sankey. Yeah, it was his pecs. It were all red and ragged. The leading ray was sticking out, and it kept catching it on things. So I did a very light trim job just to neaten up, take off some of the dead tissue. Treated it topically, and it's actually grown back. There's a nice sort of edge to it now. Yeah, you would never know it ever had any issues.
Well done, mate.
But it doesn't always go that way. Sometimes
No,
I've seen some that have been absolutely butchered beyond redemption.
But the dorsal fin and the anal fin they're protected. So when a pike or a perch eats them, those fins stick out and they jabber. That's part of the natural defense. So a normal carp has a much more serrated dorsal and anal fin. And when you catch them in the net and they wriggle around, next thing they're hanging off the net because the fin's gone through the net and they're serrated and caught up. It happens less Licoya, again, it's something that's been inbred out of them because they don't need that because they're not being eaten by predators every day. Well, they shouldn't be. Some of us.
Yeah, unless you've got a heron problem.
I will read the comments.
That was an answer with an answer. I just showed the answer. Right.
Still silent. Right.
Let's get on to. I'm just trying to make sure that there weren't any more questions in there as I scroll down and through. Kevin Paula's Pond Bill. Hi all. Random question. If you don't mind, we are currently in the process of digging a trench for the waste from the drum, looking to kill 10 birds with one boulder scenario and use the trench.
There's more to it, Gus.
Yeah, what's the question then? Aha! Right, for electrics and water into the filter room. Would you align water pipes with your electricity? Are they 3 foot below ground level? There is a minimum that your electric's got to go below ground level. And I think it's 600 below. After the 600 below, you need 200 mil of sand over the top of it, but you need an identification tape for the electric first, then 200 mil of sand, then 100 mil of crush and run, and then your topsoil or your top surface.
Or just put it next to the fucking pipe.
Or airlift it.
That's
You've got to do it the right way. If it's armoured cable, don't worry about it because even if you put a spade in the ground, it ain't gonna fucking break.
Until you want to extend your pond and you put 360 digger bucket straight through the middle of it.
Oh, come on, they ain't going to want to extend that pond.
You never know. They might want to pull at the side of the pool so they can see the fish while they're in the pool. You never know. Might want to put an extension up back at house and some unsuspected guys come out to dig a trench to put footings in and hit that cable and you're liable, mate. So identify it at least, if nothing else. But if you put 200, if you put it in and put sand over it, 200 mil of sand over the top of it, whacker it down, then go over with your backfill. You should be right, but put an identification cable in. You get black, yellow, and it'll say electric. And then if you wanted, you can put one at the side of it for water as well. So you could do the two side by side on each other so that people know there's water and electric running through there.
It's as cheap as chips for a roll of the identification tape. Yeah. In fact, if you're struggling, I'll give you some. I've got a roll myself.
I could just handle a ham roll, to be fair.
Oh, that? You could just what?
Handle a ham roll.
A ham roll?
Yeah, ham roll. Straight into work. Straight
I ain't got any of that.
Fucking, my belly thinks my throat's been cut.
Yes, Chris. He's put Crafty. Sorry, Chris has put Crafty. Does the koi get tiredness and sores with the sleeping sickness? They do get sores on them. We're constantly laying over on the side all the time. They do end up getting rubs down the body because, as Crafty said, when you walk over to the pond, the first thing the fish does is dart off and shoot off, and then when they stop, they lull back over again. They're constantly rubbing around like that. They do get. What
you've got to remember with the sores part of it, the fish is under so much stress with regards to the sleeping disease that it opens itself up to secondary infection.
Yeah.
Right. So you'll generally find that it's fighting so much that its defense levels are so low that other things will start to take.
Parasites will jump on it as well, and
so you know it's if you've identified the source first, I would potentially be a little bit curious to where they've come from. So you've got to put things in order. If you've got open source first and then you're getting sleeping sickness, you know, I would be a little bit more inclined to wonder where the sores have come from.
Only joking, mate. Definitely looks like fin rot, Ricky. No white spots anywhere, just the dorsal. But I could use Gaz's conspiracy, the Fifth Amendment.
If it is fin rot, I'd isolate it. If it's a bacterial problem, just isolate and try and deal with it.
Yeah. Hope it gets better, mate. Hope you get on top of it, bud.
You know, and the treatment for fin rot so quick. Isolate. You don't have to use a huge dose either. In a small bucket, if it fits in a bucket, drop an air stone in, treat it, don't feed, and then do a couple of water changes and then redose. Right, you'll get through it. You don't need a big fucking.
What's the best treatment for fin rot then? He's asking. What would be the best remedy?
There's loads out there, to be fair.
Malachite. That was.
I'd go in strong dose of malachite.
Yeah.
Fin rot's an external bacterial. It's a flexibacteria that is susceptible to malachite. So you can dose it as strong malachite treatment, isolate it, and as long as it's not going into the flesh of if it's going into the flesh of the fish or the meat of the fish, then you're different well. But if it is isolated on the fin, then you can literally strong malachite either dip or treatment, segregate it for a bit. But if it's a recurring problem, something's going on with that it's one of those, again, safety. If you've got 50 fish in your pond and you've got one that's been a problem,
big thanks to Ricky and Vince for a great Sunday. We had a great day and learned so much from Reg Coy Dorsey.
Thank you. But fin rot is one of those. It should be really easy to deal with, and if it's not, something else is going on.
Yeah, a couple of days it should be gone altogether. It's fast turnaround.
And if it keeps coming back, you've got a weak fish, man.
Got something going on. And a lot of it, if you get like mouth rot, it's a completely different thing.
Yeah. You know, it might be worth checking inside the mouth just in case there's something else going on with the fish.
Yeah, if they get that fat top lip, like the supermodels, you don't want that.
And my daughter as well, mate. And
no.
the other daughter, because they all do it now. Fucking put shit all in.
Pumping like.
Come on.
See a fish with a fat top lip, mate.
Come out looking like a fucking spitting image doll, mate. It's like, what the fuck?
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Life around the koi pond. Jamie says, I have a quick question. I'm thinking of moving the fish into the new pond. Would it be worth bagging up the fish to climatise to the water temperature? Pond in the same garden of a similar sort. They should be the same temperature, mate.
Yeah, I would
mean-
have thought so.
If it were me, what I would do is fill your pond with some of the water from your original, rather than going with a fresh start.
Just do yourself a temperature check, man. And if they're the same, no problems. You ain't gonna hit into any sort of.
I've
climate.
had like 0.6 degrees difference from my mini pond to my main pond, and that's in the same garden. I mean,
That's nothing.
they ain't going to notice 0.6 of a degree.
All I would check is nothing to do with temperature. To be honest, it would be like the pH.
Yeah.
If you've got a new pond you fill from the tap that's 8, and your old pond's 6 or whatever. That's temperature. I struggle with the whole temperature thing. I watch my fish go from 30 degrees in a shallow bit. Bird flies over, they drop down to 20 degrees. They drop 10 degrees like that. 20 minutes later, they're back up at 30 degrees. They go up and down all through the day. 10-degree temperature shocks over and over, and they do not care.
Yeah.
Do not care. They want to be in the warmer water, but they won't be in the warmer water if there's a predator about. But pH
And
is
speaking of spitting image, fuck me.
Yeah, just check the basic parameters is all I say. Not so much temperature, but yeah, pH. You don't want to shock the fish from one chemistry to another.
Yeah. That'd be a far worse than a couple of degrees in temperature, wouldn't it?
Alan, you look like 4 Lions, mate, when he's shaking his head when he's nicking the bleach. Have you seen that film?
Give your camera a quick clean, Alan. It looks like you've got a fuzzy spot in middle.
Evening, Alan.
Oh, no, he's focusing in. There you go. Oh.
You seen that?
Sometimes you have to use sign language now.
And you can we can actually hear the video playing in the background too. You're still watching us as well, aren't you?
He's been watching.
Of course, I'm watching you.
Well, fuck me, it's
least
like
somebody
the
is.
20-second delay.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks for joining us, Alan. Appreciate it, mate.
Evening, Alan.
Are you ready for your
Emperor.
50 questions?
Good evening, everyone.
Your time starts now.
It was just a
He's in Japan. It's taken a while to catch up.
Look, he keeps swinging from that gold, mate. Fucking rob that off of Lee as well.
How you doing, mate? You good?
yeah, good. Yep.
Good, man. Right then, we've got one more question here.
Let's get it on.
Has Vince frozen? Gives away, Vince.
It's right.
Nope. That was the easiest question of the evening. Yeah, I've got 15 koi. It's the only one. It's been months. There you go then. 15 koi. Only one
Just
fish
shit
with a
fish,
problem.
mate.
It's been months.
Well, cigarette. Ask Alan. What would you do with a koi with fin rot, Alan?
Been it.
15 months.
Shoot them. Pardon? Say that again, Rick.
Simon's had a fish that has had fin. Well, what appears to be fin rot for several months on its top dorsal. Nothing else has caught anything. He's asking for what would be the best course of treatment.
Possibly malachite and formalin.
There we go. Malachite
Um,
formalin.
The done deal.
If he's had it for a fight whale, he may have a problem sorting it out. It may be a case of
Might have to
trim
cut the
blood.
rays.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trim it
Cut
up.
the rays.
Yeah.
Topically treat. I've had to do it before.
Lose the shape and definition. That'll never come back. But at least you'll have a healthy fish with a clean bill of health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trim it back and then just topically treat like you would an ulcer or an open wound.
Simon, if you can do a photo of it and send it to any one of us so we can see it, we might get more of an idea.
We'll still tell you to cut the fin off and forget about it, but we just want to look at it just for fun.
Don't cut the whole fin off, you tit.
That's what I seen you do, Vince.
Pair of secateurs.
Right then, we've got one quick topic that we'll do before we get into the other bit. Then we'll come back to some of these questions again afterwards because we've got a couple more. And this one is from this guy at New Forest Koi. First question is, are we missing a trick just using spirulina? And what the heck's that other one say?
Is that why you sent it, Rick?
And Astra, what?
Acetaminophen. So basically,
That stuff.
in all koi foods, they use two
colour
colour
Yes.
enhancers. Yeah. So, and they both are obtained from algae. So spirulina and acetaminophen are both come from algae cultures, but they both are very. The carotenoids they hold are very specific, and they basically have two main colour enhancing properties, and yet there's 400. I don't know. I'm going to make that hundreds of different elements that create that can help create different colours or help boost colours or do whatever. So the fish food manufacturers use two main ones that they can obtain and put into foods. But do we just go along with what everyone uses? Because natural fish would obviously obtain other stuff. Where I'm going. So you experimental stuff doesn't seem to happen anymore. You buy your food, it's got colour enhancer in it. You could.
Hence why you create the Munger mix.
Hence why I created the Munger mix, not just for colour, but for the whole. Knowing the food industry, the koi industry, they have to do something that covers all bases at a certain level.
Yeah.
They can make it better one way or better another way and charge more money for it, or so they have to create a product that's palatable, that does what it says on the tin. But can we as hobbyists
What's going on here?
improve on that or experiment with that? You know, there's hundreds of different food items you can add to your food. So some people do, as some people give their fish prawns or sweet corn or whatever. Garlic. There's lots of different, you know, as a human, we're told to eat X amount of this, and this. And these are superfoods, this, and this. But you get your food, and obviously the more, you know, Sakai Hikari is one of the best ones that have got the best stuff in it, and you pay for it. Is there things we can do quite simply and cheaply that will improve the diet we're giving our fish, not just for colour, for the entire well-being of the fish? Just great. I don't know. So I'd say I do, but it seems,
You do.
it seems to surprise some people when I say, well, I add mangosteen and marigold to the foods I give the fish. Why'd you do that? They do better for it. They're not something that's in the food commercially, because it's a pain to get those products into the food commercially. So I don't know. We spend so much money on the koi and looking after them, but yet something very simple like the diet just seems to be you buy a bucket or a packet and chuck it in.
Just keep throwing that at them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know.
I mean, yourself personally, if you had to eat the same meal 24/7 every day a week, it would have negative effects, wouldn't it? Every day, 52 weeks a year, you'd be like, you'd either end up like a bus end, or you'd have something wrong with your dietary system, wouldn't you? It wouldn't do you any good at all.
Well, I love to give my pond a variety.
Yeah, but so you give them some natural foods and stuff, didn't you, Vince? To be fair,
Yeah.
As does Gaz, but I'm just thinking of non-expensive items you can add to the food that can actually benefit
Improve
the fish,
it and enhance it.
Yeah.
And we can beat around the bush all the day. We want our fish to look nice, don't we?
Yeah, 100% we do. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I
I just
think
think there's a
that
lot.
you're quite right in what you say, Rick, if I'm honest. Unfortunately for us living in the UK, we're all so tied up with life that we fall back, and unlike a lot of people in other countries, we fall back on everything's dealt to us on a plate. We let everybody else do all the hard work and then pay a price for it. But it's certainly something worth considering. What you can put in a food, because although sake akari is up there without a shadow of doubt with those sort of ingredients, when you look at what all the other brands are doing, you can see that even the lesser sort, even without a colour enhancer on the packet, that is definitely in the food, because it's there to make you think that you're getting better results than what you actually are. So and I'll say that with the likes of with NT Lab stuff, it's good food. It's quite affordable, but even on a staple diet, the colours will pop, and that is down to the fact that they put enhancers in, but they don't tell you that. There's lots of little things, but for me, it's like if we're getting these additives from like algae growth, is that something that we can farm ourselves?
Blanket weed.
There's a difference between algae and blanket weed.
This is all new to me, in honesty. It's not something that I've ever dabbled in, and I actually find what you're saying really quite interesting. To have that sort of knowledge on what it is that we can put in to our food and create that ourselves. And if that means the difference between buying a Coppins mix with an additive on it that you put in yourself and it saves you a shitload of money, why not do that?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, I'm not. It's one of those colours, are layers and layers, aren't they?
Yeah.
Of all sorts. So spirulina is literally the main one they use, but the one item in it is carotene, and that's like one of 600 different potential colour enhancers out there. But it's the one that's cheap. It's not cheap. It's the one that's used.
Yeah.
Yes, it does enhance colours.
Yeah.
But
there's
you've
so
got
many more
multiple
that could as
layers
well.
of colour, multiple layers of shine. So there's so much going on that if you can introduce different stuff in your food, I don't know. I'm not saying why wouldn't you, but if it makes that edge, if it makes your fish pop that much more, if you can put something in that's going to create oranges and blues and blacks and grey and green and skin condition and all these things pop, that I'm in a unique position to see genetic fish from the same spawning in 10 different environments with 10 different foods.
Yeah.
How much of a difference that makes is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. They go from fish that look very poor quality, even though they're from good parents, to fish that could go off to a show. And it's genetically the same fish. They're just different environments and different foods. So for me, that's it's an eye-opener. You can have, if you start with decent genetics and good food, you end up with a good product.
Yeah.
If you start with good genetics and poor food, you end up with a poor product. And
I agree.
Everyone else is in between. It's
all relative.
It is all relative, but there's no, unfortunately, the research in it is very limited. Even the big companies, GKP, Coppins, they do certain amount, but it's across the board. They've got to sell a food that doesn't spoil, it's got the right texture, but we can add stuff to it.
Yes.
Cheaply, that can have a massive impact on what we're doing.
When I come down to yours, Rick, we'll have I'd like you to take me through a little bit of what you do.
Not a lot, mate. Drink tea a lot. I do drink a lot.
While we're drinking tea, you can show me some of these ingredients that you use.
They're on honestly, it's not a thing. They're on Vince's video. Mangosteen, marigold, spirulina, spinach, sweet potato, beetroot, paprika. they're all in there. They've all got different layers of the colour enhancers, but they're all different. So you don't know until you try which one's going to affect the blue pigment in the shishui, which one's going to affect the black pigment. And as people say, you can't enhance black pigment. Well, I'm going to swerve that one and say I don't believe that for a minute, because you can.
Can we do it? Can we
You
do it?
can. Silicon will affect the black pigment in a fish. So
Yeah.
I've got the perfect thing for you. You say that? People say what about the...
see what?
You said you're going to call it out and say... Now that's what I call bullshit statement of the week.
You just maybe fucking shit me pants, you
That
can.
one, yeah. Rick got his own bullshit statement of the week this week. Call
It
it
is. So we're sold this fish food's the best or that fish is the best, and they all copy each other or they all do whatever into a marketable product. And some of the products are great. I'm not knocking them. I'm just saying we could do a bit more to enhance stuff. If you want
just for men.
just for
Enhances Sumi. And it's ammonia free. I had to get that one in tonight. I promised I would.
But it is the same. The clays will affect things. The food will affect things. It's all we're in such controlled conditions that 10 hobbyists could get together and go, well, I'm going to feed this one additive. I'm going to feed marigold to my fish, and the other guy says I'm going to feed mangosteen to my fish. And everyone does something different. And a year later, we look at the fish and go, wow, you've got the most amazing skin quality. You've got the most amazing. You've got whatever. Let's work and create whatever. I've gone off on another topic, haven't I?
No. It's all relative, mate, isn't it? As you were there. The t-shirt, I saw you sporting it at the old weekend session.
It's the only clean one I had, Gaz.
Merch, that's what we're about. Merch. Got that. Spin round, all relative. Well, it looks like Alan might be having a few technical internet difficulties. Tell him to restart his router. We're all waiting until he gets back.
What's a router?
Totally is.
Question for Vince. Can you share the Munga Mix video on your community post, as there's a fair few people asking for it, mate?
Yes, I will do.
That way then it's quick and easy to find, as long as you don't share too many community posts. Can't pin a community post, can you? That's a bummer.
The thing with it is, it's not a secret. It's something I put out there that you can do, and you can adjust. It's not a hard and fast thing. It's just something I've done to make my fish look better.
I don't think it's a secret at all, Rick. I think actually it's one of those normal things that people just don't know.
Well, they don't know, but it's there. It's on a video. It's not like I'm trying to market it and say, "Oh, this is."
No, I think what he means is there's a lot of people don't know that there is stuff like that you can use to actually enhance.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the whole thing of, when I mean, food always comes up in conversation, doesn't it? And one thing that people get told is sakiakari, but they're never told, the additional benefits of additional foods. And there's certain things that I've used in the past. One being garlic paste. I added that to my food. I do feed like insect meal, for example. I buy Insect Melody rather than the stuff that is branded and very expensively.
I just feel trifle.
But you go to Wilco's, although it don't exist anymore, I don't think. But they used to do an Insect Melody bag for like £2. Right, that would fill one of those EA pots that cost you £15 twice over.
Yeah,
and you're still delivering the same sort of stuff. But then it comes to the fact that have you seen the amount of waste that it does, and there's not enough goodness. Well, actually, there is enough goodness. You just got to be prepared. You can't just do 100% diet on inset meal. You can if you're prepared to constantly clean your filters.
Yeah,
You know,
a lot
but
of shit, don't they?
yeah, you know, it's a lot of waste. You know, the amount that they spit out after they've took what they want out of it is huge.
Yeah,
But
it is.
they can't go mad for it, and they go mad for it for a reason because they enjoy it. You know, it's like us with Mackie D's, isn't it? You know, but when you start looking at the things like beetroot, I've never ever thought of beetroot ever. You know, and I've never ever looked into those sort of additives. And for you to bring that to the table, I think is only a benefit. And I don't think anyone would think that you're doing it as a marketing ploy. I really don't. And actually, I find it quite interesting personally. And I think that if I do, there'll be another 100 people that watch this that do as well.
Mate, the stuff's awesome.
You know, even the Manga Mix, you know, just even if you want to put a couple of ingredients in that you want to try yourself. There was one comment that popped up there by Peter. He's added tiger nut. Now, I'm not so sure, based on my old angling days, that tiger nut is a good additive to put in because it can be quite poisonous if it's left. I don't know the truth in that. That's a question. What's your experience on it, Rick?
It's not so much poisonous. It's got to be prepared right. It's just protein. It's a hhigh protein food, but it's not. Yeah, you're going into
well up inside.
So that all the additives I'm adding is just basically broadening the vitamins, minerals, and color enhancers you're putting into a food. As a fresh, it's not being cooked or processed. It's just like going in directly into their diet, and the outcome of that is, from my experience, unbelievable. The fish that come out of there they look like they've just been shipped from Japan rather than shipped from one of our mud pots. The difference is
I can't wait to give it a go, mate. To be fair, I'm really looking forward. I've seen Vince, and I've seen at I think it was the Secret Sankey event when Vince brought it along. I've seen it. I ain't got time to sit and watch a lot of YouTube videos, mate. I'm far too boring and busy, to be honest. But what little I do, I pick and choose, so I don't see everything that's broadcast now. You know, so this sort of thing to me, I'm looking forward to having a go, and even in my own pot. I'll even use it in the shop, to be honest.
It's just it's not. It's just stuff you can add to food. So, you know, whether it's one item like marigold meal, massive, the colour enhancers and that, put spirulina somewhere into the dark ages. But the difference is it's difficult to get hold of, it's difficult to add to your food.
Yes.
You know, which is why spirulina and xanthine are the ones they use because they can incorporate in the food easily.
Yeah, it's very easy.
That's a small tip of the iceberg of what you can put into your food. So I'm not breaking new ground. I'm just picking other people's ground and putting stuff in.
Yeah, I'll be picking your brain more on that.
It's not something, you know. It's on the video, all the stuff I put in, and that's just what I put in. It's not. You can go and buy those things off of wherever and add them to your food, and you're not going to do any harm by adding beetroot powder or paprika into your food in the way we do it.
Do you sell it?
No, I'm trying not to.
No, I'm asking because
I'm trying not to.
I'm just looking down in the comments like I'll be getting more Manga Mix next season. So that's what made me say, do you sell it in packets?
No.
Crafty, I have got a list of about 11 people waiting for Manga Mix. Just waiting for Ricky to get the materials up to...
Put your finger out your arse, then, mate, and get it marketed.
Videos there. Everyone can buy all the ingredients off of Amazon or wherever. It's done.
Could you provide a link to all them as well? I'm lazy as fuck, like.
It is relatively easy to get hold of. I've googled them all, and you can find them all.
Just pick them all. You can just get them all for nothing. And you don't. The thing is, you don't need. You could add one of them to your food, and the food will be better.
Yeah.
I add 17 to the food. I presume it's not 17 times better, but it's marginally better.
Yeah.
But it's better than what you've already put in.
The reaction from the fish is miles better. I would say that much. The fact that when that hits the water, they go fucking crazy for it.
Okay.
There's no calm feeding when that's dropped in.
I can't wait to try it now. You've hyped it up, brother.
I haven't hyped it up.
I can genuinely attest that I've noticed a big difference in their appetite when feeding the Munger mix, and I've noticed that they do eat more, and I put that down to the fact that the pellet itself is actually softer.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
really?
other thing. There's a bit more prep involved, isn't there? You've got to pre-soak it.
Or
Yeah.
do you think you might? Do you not think you might be throwing in more because you think they're eating more, which they'd eat because they would have done anyway?
I love the devil's
Oh,
advocate.
no, they are.
That's why you got to do it, Andy. You got to do it. He knows I'm
Yeah,
honest.
they
I've seen
know
it.
the
I've
difference.
seen the same. I've
They
fed it
now
day
know the
one.
difference between Munger mixed and normal pellet.
Alan's here waiting to look at some fish here.
He is. Yeah. Let's switch. Let's switch it.
Alan,
So, right,
are you
Alan,
awake? Alan, are you awake?
can you hear us? Can everybody hear Alan? Is his sound okay for everyone?
Well, I haven't spoken, so yes.
There we go. Let's,
Have you sorted your route out, Alan?
Yes, I have now.
Have you got the charger in your phone now?
I'm in my laptop, you dipstick.
I mean, you can work on that. You have to call that lass up.
right, Alan. What I've done
Oh,
is
that
I'm
worried
going
now.
to share my second screen.
Oh,
And
I
what
hope
we've
this
done
goes all
here,
right now, Gaz. After all the work you spent
the
last night.
pressure's on now, isn't it? This is what
Yeah.
I'm looking. Complete prick.
How have you been anyway, Al?
pardon?
How have you been, buddy?
Good, mate, good.
Yeah, you're looking well.
I'm always looking good.
You can't spell though. Your name ain't even got a capital letter at the front.
Right.
What am I supposed to be looking at there?
I don't know. We got to judge those.
Oh.
Fuck me, they're little them, Gaz.
They're not
Yeah.
going to be. How's that? Is that better?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
better.
There we go.
I've already
Right.
judged them, mate. I know which one's which on that straight away.
Well, what we're going to do, what we thought, what me and Crafty were discussing and talking is, well,
Which one do you like best?
us five to have a natter about them and say which one we would think would be the best, and then which one we would think would fare the best in a show, and then get Alan to tell us if we were right or wrong, and then tell us a little bit about that fish and what would be good attributes to look for when selecting one of those fish for showing. Does that sound all right?
Yeah. So you're all wrong already.
So there you go then, guys. There's your free fish.
Can my little boy have a go?
It's,
Gaz?
yeah,
Yeah.
anybody can, mate. Yeah, sweet. I mean, same for you guys in the audience as well. If you want to type your comments in, what we're going to do from left to right, fish number 1, number 2, number 3. So,
I'm not doing
which
that.
fish ever one you would go for as being your show winner, or which one you would think would do the best in a show. And then we're going to get Alan to talk through us which is the best and why it's the best, and what attributes in that type of fish that we'd be looking for should we want to pick one of these fish for a show. Now, can I get rid of that? That's the question.
Yeah, I can zoom in.
There we go. I'm saying for me, my choice is going to be number
Whoa.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will go number 2, to be honest, Gav.
And my reason for saying number 2 is going to be the clean head.
Yeah.
Nice even pattern to the pecs, matching.
Yeah.
The robing on the back and the body shape looks to me pretty cock on. Nice thick peduncle.
Yeah.
Nice rounded shaped head.
Yeah.
Not too, but it does look a bit pointy, but it's because its mouth's partially open in the photo that it's been taken in. I think when that mouth was closed, it would have a nice rounded head to it.
Yeah.
It
I
looks
don't
to me
like-
like it's got a very even balanced scales that go all the way down through the body, and the pattern follows suit in nice even rows throughout the full body of the fish.
Yeah.
Good broad head, nice good shoulders, nice straight dorsal. That's mine. And away you go, gentlemen.
There's nothing else to say, is there?
No.
You just nailed it.
But the reason why I picked these type of fish, ones that's got, slightly different patterns in its pecs, But this one's got even patterns in the pecs. This one's got evenish patterns in the pecs, but a lot more head and a lot more round on the gill plate. Now, is that necessarily a good thing?
You're
Or is
also
that-
missing the dorsal fin, Gaz.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. This one has a little, but it's not too heavy. This one doesn't have any. So I tried to get them so that they could represent each other and be similar-ish, but slightly different. What would knock this down for me would be, I would have said, the pecs.
Yeah, me too. And the face as well. The colour on the face looks a bit messy around its moustache.
Gaz, my little boy is 8. He went number 2's the best.
There you go. Good.
Yeah.
That's lovely. He won't come on camera though.
Number 2.
Are
Get
we
him
all
on
in
camera.
agreement? Let's see what we've got there. We've got right.
Okay, so what's the second best fish?
Yeah,
Number
you're
1.
Number 1.
Number one, yeah, 100%. I would say.
Why?
Why?
That's the point.
Who you
Why?
asking?
For me, it's got a bit of a broader, wider head, a matching peck pattern again.
Do you not think the head's oversized for the body of the fish, though?
I don't know. Yeah, that's the whole idea of this. Maybe it does look a little bit when you look at the proportion. It doesn't seem to torpedo shape as much as this one does it?
You see, and this is where I'll be really controversial. You know, it's the
Should
colour.
it be spilling into the tail? I don't know.
So the colour. The problem is with these three fishes, they're probably different ages. Number one, right? But if you put them into a group, a saggy, they're going to be at different levels potentially of development. Okay, but for me, the benny around the gill plates and into the eyes is something that you would look for in a saggy.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, the fact that it's there, does that make it better than one that hasn't got it, or not? All right, and that's why this is such a great breed. The reticulation is something that you need to really pay attention to, where the benny placement is, how developed it is, but also, you know, if we was looking at a yonsai fish, i.e. 4 years old, a small amount of benny at a yonsai would not be a show-ready fish. So would some with more benny development create a better show quality fish? You see, I'm just playing devil's advocate because in my head I've got a very good understanding, but I'm just throwing it out there because these are the things where people that show fish get lost.
Yeah. I noticed one thing out of all these three fish, that all three of them have got some red around or on the eye.
And that should be there on the steady.
Yeah, I'd personally say number one's still better than number three.
Okay.
I thought the clean, because if you look at number one, it does. You can see it has some colour on the cheeks.
Definitely there.
But the cleaner head, way more cleaner head than the other two.
So it is a question for Al. All right. Bearing in mind this is picture competition, Al. If we was in a show environment, you'd be able to see the flanks of the fish as well.
Yeah.
All right. One key attribute on a saggy is the benny development along the lateral line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't see that from top-down pictures that we've got here. So, how much would that benny development along the lateral line come into when you're judging?
Yeah, it makes a big difference. The number one fish is obvious. The body shape and the skin quality on number two is far superior to the other two.
Yeah.
But it's another fish.
Yeah.
The issue with fish number one is the transition between the gills and the body. If we look carefully at the edge of the gills, they're sticking wider than the body line. So that's technically quite a big demerit. It's a body deformity. But does that body deformity outweigh the difference in the body between number one and number three? Number three is a very, very slim fish, but the transition from gill to body is good, the same as fish two. So fish one has an issue with its transition from the gill to the body. So that is a demerit, but not enough in this case to place it behind fish three. Fish three is just a very young torsai, still got lots of development to do, pectoral clean up,
Come right.
the dorsal will eventually get its penny colour. At the moment, that's number 3. Fish number 1 is second, and fish number 2 is miles ahead. In fact, it's not just a little bit ahead, it's streets ahead. If we look at the scalation on that fish, the lines of the scalation are really, really good. If we look at fish number 1, the scalation isn't a true line, especially around the start of the dorsal area.
Yeah, you've got this line here where they all look kind of faint, don't they? Like they're all messed up a bit.
Yeah, it's just a young fish again.
I think also that it's quite an overexposed flash into the body as well, which don't do it justice in the picture.
Yeah, and that's always hard with photographic shows.
Yeah.
Photographic shows are a nightmare.
But we all agree 1, 2, 1, 3.
Yeah.
That's what I wrote. 2, 1, 3.
9.
2, 1, 3. So
Yeah.
if you was picking a fish of this category, is head patterns such as these sought after or less so?
Yeah, you should have a head pattern on the Usagi. It should mirror what, if we look at fish 1, what we can see of the benny on the head, it's pretty consistent with either side of the fish.
Yeah.
It should be a mirror image on both sides. And that's not too bad on that fish. We can't really see the side of fish 2, and we can't really see the side of fish 3. So you need benny on the head as well, on the flanks of the gills.
What about around the eyes, Alan? As if all 3 fish have got some form of red
And they
around
will
the eye.
have, because the Usagi have naturally got
A red eye.
pea traveling around their face, the same as the body line. Comes up the lateral line. If you look at the eyes, they're on the lateral line, so you will get
Follows
red
through.
eyes. So it's not an issue.
Okay, so
Stick the head of number 1 on 2. We're in business.
Winner.
You're right, mate. Yeah, right. So, question, Al. I mean, only for the benefit of viewers and potentially Rick from New Forest Koi as well. If you had no benny showing on a fish at 4 years of age, would that be a concern to you?
Nope.
Why?
It will arrive eventually. You know my opinion on Usagi. You should never buy
I
a
do,
Usagi.
mate. I do, mate. But people that are watching, so
I will buy an Usagi that has to a eye or even this eye, no benny on it whatsoever.
Oh,
If
there's
it's-
Otis on the line yet then.
Yeah,
But
that's,
unfortunately, you're in the minority of buyers.
But you know, the reason why I brought that question up is because when I first started down at Perfect, there was a pond full of Oirasagi, and I went, "Fucking hell, Crafty, man," in a Liverpoolian accent. These fish are fucking dead cheap. These, and I was looking, and I was like, "Yeah." Now, the first fish I ever learned in koi was a saggy, and I started looking. I was like, "There are some really good fish here." Right, so immediately the price of those fish increased. I actually separated the load out, and the price increased quite considerably. And the problem was that there's no benny on any of them, so they actually look quite a dull and mundane fish, especially when they're full of just one asagi with no colour in it whatsoever. So a lot of people overlook them, but lo and behold, towards the end of the season, the benny come. And on some of them, it come really well. And just working on what Al was saying to me, I spend a lot of time talking to Al, like for my own development, to be honest. And one thing that the message is getting out there, you know, you don't need that. You don't need any benny in a young asagi, even 2-year-old, 3-year-old. And in fact, the best quality ones don't bloom until they're old. Right, you know, and that is something that's very difficult when you're selling a saggy.
Not just difficult, the problem is that's one line. It's
Yep.
not all right. The problem is that the lines we use, if they haven't got Benny, they don't get Benny.
Yeah.
They have Benny quite early doors, like the Shishui,
Yep.
and it's really stable.
Yes.
It doesn't come. So the Oya lines develop late in life.
Yeah.
But not all lines do the same thing.
No, and they don't, mate. Not even from Japan, though, Rick. You know,
Yeah, but that's the
lines
problem,
with
isn't it?
2-inch fish that are fully developed, mate.
So if you wanted to enter an Asagi in its Tosai years into a show, it wouldn't get marked down by yourself if it had no Benny then.
But
Yeah.
it would.
Of course it would,
It
yeah.
would.
It
Yeah.
would show a finished fish that shows all the qualities at the smaller size guys against something that
Yeah, so
has
it doesn't
got a superior
necessarily.
body with no Benny.
It's not necessarily judged as a fish in its. Well, you want to see it no matter what its size is, as its finished class for that size.
Correct. In a show environment, that's what you're supposed to see.
If you want to finish the Sagi, buy one from me at this big.
Yeah, I got some. I got to finish one miniature, mate. It's mint.
that's
It's
just-
perfect.
That's just me saying that, Al. You're obviously the you're the god when it comes to that. How if you had two fish of similar body shape, reticulation, good scalation, etc., and one was fully bloomed with Benny and one wasn't, which would take the seat?
Oh, for the fully bloomed one, because fully developed is what it's supposed to be in the Sagi with Benny on it. But I buy fish for the future, not for now. So my Tursai, if I buy a Tursai, it will not be show ready. No chance. I buy that fish for when it's 5-year-old. So
Unless you want
see
to
in
do
the
baby
future-
champion.
Yeah, unless you want baby champion, but that's just a Kahatu. That's easy. Kahatu, anybody can do that.
I can't.
Okay,
Move on.
guys, there's a question from Will on there, mate. I'd like to know the answer to that.
Would Ginrin be a better one?
Not necessary. It all depends on its development rate. Ginrin doesn't always develop as a Tursai. Ginrin doesn't really straighten up and make perfect lines till it's 3, 4, 5-year-old. So Tursai, Ginrin wouldn't make a lot of difference to it. It's all about what you see on the day.
I have a question then to add to that what Will's asked. Would a Ginrin Asagi be placed in the same as a non-Ginrin Asagi, or would it go into the Kawari Mono?
No, it would be in the Sagi.
It would be in the Asagi. All right,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. The only Ginrins that show in Ginrin class are Kahatu, Sankey, and Shua. The rest all go in their own category. Ginrin Asagi is in Asagi. Ginrin Shiro goes in Shiro Tsuri, and so on and so on.
So why is that, Al? Why is it if you've got a Ginrin in a Go Sankey range, does it have its own Ginrin when you can pull Ginrin Asagi,
Because
Ginrin Chiba, etc., etc.?
our Japanese friends have judging classes, and that's where they are.
I'm glad I selected
I
a
love
batch,
Corey.
Well,
a
Gaz.
batch of Ginrins.
Gaz is now done in.
You've just done me. Right then, so fish group number 2. Let's see which one we've got, which is Deutz. Now I've gone there for 3 different types of Deutz fish. I couldn't really find a shower that was a Deutz, but which had got the nicest straight photograph like that. But we've got 3 Deutz there. Deutz Kaku, Deutz Chiba, Deutz Showa.
So 2 Deutsch Kaku.
Who's going first?
So,
I'd say Showa.
what I was thinking then, would the Deutz class come into one class for itself for a show, fish, or would you have Deutsch shower up against scale shower?
I'm just waiting for you guys to tell us your 1, 2, 3.
Well, obviously, number 1 would be the shower.
Yeah, shower
number
for
2
me as well.
and number 3. So for me,
I'll go
Just
1,
'cause-
2, 3. Done.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
I'd go 1, 3, 2.
No, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'd go 1, 2, 3.
I tell you what, guys.
Lucky if you get this wrong, you're dead.
Fuck off. Right, because this one is going to be quite interesting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to offer a gift card.
Oh, God.
Okay,
I need a wee now.
I'm going to offer a gift card, and I want people in the comments to put in what they want, and then we will pick a winner against the people that get what Allan Tait states is the correct sequence. Right, Al, and I want you just to judge it on the fish that are on the screen, irrespective of what it is you're about to say. All right.
Well done, Crafty.
Okay, so, it's just a little. This is something that I had in my mind anyway, because I think that interaction from the guys watching is important for them to take part rather than just listen.
Yeah,
No,
100%.
judging by the fish on the screen rather than the fact that it's just Deutsch. So let's say we're looking at this and we're looking to pick the best Deutsch fish
Yes.
in a show. For me, and again, this is based on what I'm seeing. Now, bearing in mind, one fish is bent up anyway. I'm going to write down what I think rather than tell you what I'm looking at. Okay, and then I will show you on screen what I pick.
Mine was 1, 3, 2.
Mine's definitely 1, 2, 3.
The Seragoi is better than the shower. They're into Seragoi on there.
The
So
achiever.
he's doing real good. It's the achiever.
Is that actually a red achiever then?
No,
Such a thing does
that's
exist.
that's a kahaku. That's an achiever, and that's a Deutsch shower.
Right. So it is a
All
red
picked-
achiever then.
No, not a red achiever.
It's not a red achiever.
Red achiever don't exist, guys. It's just a
It's a dirty kahaku.
It's a Deutsch shower. I mean,
if
kahaku.
anyone can show me where you can buy a red achiever from in Japan, I'll change my view.
That's my pick. Number 1, number 2, number 3.
Okay, so why are you choosing 1 over 3, Gaz?
1 over 3. I think he's got a better body.
But I'm going to throw a curveball in. It's got a better body, in your opinion, but it's clearly an older fish. And when you look at koi in a size variety, okay, people will enter their koi and they will try and keep it. If it's on a crossover period between a size, I'm going to pick a middle between a 5 and a 4, right? They will try to keep it in the lesser size because the body is more superior.
Yeah.
If it flips over and you've got that additional centimeters from in that class, and you keep the body of the one that's touching the bigger size, it will always be a more superior fish on body because of the mass that it creates. From my understanding, I'm not an expert, but that's my understanding. So I would ask Alan to confirm or deny that, or shoot me
Hang
down.
on, let's get Rick's little lad. What's his pick of him, Rick?
He went 1, 2, 3, but he's gone to bed now.
So we have to tell him in morning.
He said number 3 is pectoral fin on the other side. That side. He's not enjoying that.
No.
I don't know. He's probably got a better eye than I have. It does look a bit odd. That could be the photo.
Bit pointy, yeah.
Yeah. So, and number 2, pecs too. It's got male pecs too big, so you can't see that on number 1. So number 1 got a better body.
Yeah.
But it's also face down.
Yeah. You're going with the photos, mate.
True.
He's 8. He's pretty much nailed
I
it.
could find it 11:30 last night, Crafty.
No, but Gaz, right? What this also does is this is why when you're doing a photo competition, right? And
This is
now,
what- yeah.
now this is
how it
what
makes
I'll
it
have to
difficult,
look
isn't
at
it?
on a photo, you know, which is where the differences are made, right? I'm not going to. I've got my opinions. I'm not a judge, but I've got my opinions based on the pictures that I'm seeing.
For me, this fish has got a nice. Well, I think it's got a nice head pattern. It has got some, which I think is coming up here as well.
Yeah, menswear.
Yeah, memoir coming up. Bit more to come up.
Memoir.
It looks like there could be the odd couple of patches of sumi that's going to come up in that benny there, which would make that bigger patch there look a bit better. But it's looking at the fish as it is now. I think they're quite nice. It's bright. The benny's rich. The sumi's really rich. It's a nice looking fish. It's a good
The
pattern.
Shiroji is excellent.
Yeah.
If not a bit blue.
It's just a photo.
That could be a reflection off the ball.
Yeah.
We're going.
So, which way are you going, Crafty?
I'm going 3-1-2.
Can I have a go?
Yes.
I'm sorry, my boy. I'm going. Worst place is number 2 for me.
Definitely.
It's too
thin.
It's male. It's too slim. It's got no body.
Again, that thing with the gills area to the
So
body.
for me,
head.
two's worst. Gets hard. I'd have to probably go. Number 1 is second, and number 3. It's got a straight fin wins.
Yeah, that's what.
But I can't.
Okay.
3-1-2.
Okay, so I'll give you my reasons behind the way that I've picked this. Body is better on number 1, but I'm sort of expecting that from a bigger fish anyway. However, if this fish was a little bit higher up, one thing that I'm looking at is how fucking close the eyes are to its mouth. Number 1. On the Achiba, it looks like the eyes are well out of alignment.
Yeah, I'm going to say a little wonky.
Yeah.
What about this bit? Have you seen this on the Achiba? This is why. I mean, I tried to pick them to so I could, because that looks to me like it does.
Yeah, but I think if you look right at the Odome into the peduncle, mate, right, you can see that there's a slight shift there. For me, it's potentially turned over slightly. Right, but again, you know, looking at how the fish is holding itself, it's very hard to judge. If that was in water floating, and you can see it control itself, you get a hell of a lot more of a deportational. Is that the right word?
Deportment.
Deportment.
Deportation.
Rwanda next week.
I was nearly there, but when a fish moves towards you, you can start to pick out all of those abnormalities in the fish. So just
As it's
judging on the
moving and
photo,
swimming.
for me, the Achiba is more finished. So that's why it will take. It's got a good body. If those eyes are in alignment, which it isn't, on this photo they are well out, which is a huge demerit. What saves it?
Not a huge demerit. It's out and running immediately.
Say that again, Al. That's a disqualification straight out the bag.
If it is for the trainee, if the trainee didn't pick that up immediately,
Yeah.
1, I'll kick his ass or her ass, and 2, that is a major, not just demerit, it's a deformity.
Yeah.
The deformity of the skull. So that's been immediately. Plus, It wouldn't actually show against the other two anyways, because it's not a good
No.
sangy.
Which is why
But
I said, based on the
best
fish we're looking
variety.
at. Yeah.
Yeah, if we're doing best nights, then it would be in the running. But because of its eyes, that is a major skull deformity, and that fish is out. Regardless of anything else on that fish, it's gone.
Yeah.
So that's the Achiba seer.
Yeah.
So you should have stuck 1, 2, 3.
So
I should listen to my little boy.
body shape is all important, and the body shape is on the bigger fish.
Yes.
So that takes first, because everything else on the fish is pretty good.
Yeah.
There's certainly still developing places, but body shape wise, that wins it. Kahatu second, and Achiba, well, we'll place it third, but it wouldn't even get placed.
Okay, so if Al, right, on the eye alignment, I personally took it that the way that fish was photographed, that it potentially could distort what we're looking at.
Nope.
Okay,
That
that's my eye. I mean, I picked up on the fact that the eyes weren't in alignment.
To me, for what I can see on a bigger monitor, I don't know. To me, that eye almost looks like a good half centimetre, maybe a centimetre out in placement.
Yeah, it's pretty substantial.
I'd give it a job.
It would probably make a good brood fish, yes.
Yeah, get it in there. And I pick one with the other eyes, and they balance up.
So on the picture of the first fish, all right. If we was to bring that fish up straight, if the eyes are too far forward in the skull.
Yeah, this is just the fish the way it's actually swimming in the boat.
Its head down, isn't it?
You know, if it's like swimming the way it should do, the head would look okay.
There you go, then, guys. So I want everybody to look in the comments now, right? And this is like, for me, the reason why the exercises like this are so interesting, because the amount of people that have gone different is just mental. From 3 fish. Now, bearing in mind, Al may have 215 fish to judge on the day. Right, he literally takes seconds to narrow it down to be able to pick them out. So it's not just looking at 3 fish; it's looking at 250. What's the most fish you've judged in a one round? Do you know?
920 yards.
Wow.
You know, so can you imagine the task in that? So when people are throwing the Fs and the Jeffs because the judges have all got it wrong. Look at Allan Tait speaking about this, you know, and there's so much more to take into account.
Yeah, it's seeing all the demerits in a fish, like the eyes on that fish are quite obvious actually.
Yeah.
Ricky's lads mentioned the peck. One peck's a different shape than the other, and you've got to pick all these things up. And this is why I'd rather people ask me to show. Can you tell me why that fish is beating that fish? And I'll show them why.
So how many do we have that went 1, 2, 3 from this one?
Me.
Quite a few.
My lad, I'm taking Ezra's point here. Not me.
But you know the Achiever?
Koi Karma, John Bartlett.
As it's got a wonky fin on one side and a dodgy eye on the same side, is that deformity screwing it up on both points? Does one deformity affect the other one?
If the eyes were still in line, the pectoral fins is still a slight demerit, but then I would judge it on all the demerits on the other fish, because there's always demerits on every fish.
Yeah.
Just matter, you'll never find a perfect fish. So if everything's good, it's down to the little demerits that make a difference.
Yeah.
Umbercoid 2 is a pencil.
It's a night fish.
So judging on the comments, mate.
Peter 1, 2, 3 all day long. John Bartlett, 1, 2, 3. Amanda, oh no. We'll say Bubble and Fins, 1, 2, 3. Alan, 1, 2, 3. Mandy Plumpton, 1, 2, 3.
Done.
So we got 4 people from that fish, I believe, there. That went 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
See, I thought I'd try sneaking the achiever, even with the dodgy looking eye, because I thought it might tempt Rick, because he's not.
It's tempt me. I love it. I brought that last week.
Gary also said 1, 2, 3. Did anybody else say 1, 2, 3?
Tell you what, guys, what we'll do, we'll bypass the gift card on that because we weren't monitoring from when the comments come in. That's my bad. All right. So on the next one, right.
Right. So the last comment now is Mr. Webb
Gary,
said
1,
I
2,
said 1,
3.
2, 3. So on the next
we'll
selection
work
of
it from
3,
that one.
Tony said 1, 2, 3 as well. So we've got and Lisa Leach 1, 2, 3, and Gary Webb 1, 2, 3. Right, so we've got what we've got there. Humbercoy's done it. We've done Gary, Lisa, Father Christmas, Simon, Mike F, John, Peter, Vic, and Mandy.
Okay,
Stick on a Will.
Whack them in for that, mate. And while you're throwing them in, Gaz, if you don't mind, I'm just going to throw Alan a question that's been pumped in here. I don't know if we've asked it though. So, the question from Gary, Al, is why, when judging, are you basing it on what the Japanese do instead of what the UK have in their own set of standards?
We are not, but there has to be some continuity between all the judging fraternities, so we all talk to each other on a regular basis. Judging was first started in Japan. Judging over here only started with probably Val Frost, Peter Waddington, those guys, and you have to have a standard somewhere. It's not just, we do judge different to the Japanese or Japan, sure. I mean, let's be fair, we've got 1 second and 1 third, not like the all Japan, who have probably 15, 17, 20 first, seconds and thirds. So we don't follow them to the letter of the law. We have got some idiosyncrasies that are different to them. Some I disagree with, some I agree with. Personally, we have Tancho where we allow the Tancho spot to travel through scales into the body. That doesn't happen in Japan. I think we are wrong. It was brought in to try and stop cosmetic surgery and people altering Tancho spots, but it didn't work. So I need to look at that. I may have to put it to the rest of the committee and see if we can change that back to Tancho spot. It has to be on their head only.
Yeah.
So for the benefit of viewers, Al, all right, how many judging standards are there across the globe?
Yeah,
take into account?
Yes, you have Holland's, Belgium, Germany, France. They've all got judging standards. Most of them are on the same wavelength because most of the foreign ones, Holland, Belgium, were trained by BKS judges. America's a little bit different, but still their guidelines are very similar to ours. I think the only thing that's different between us and Japan is the Japanese are mainly breeders judging who have the knowledge of the bloodline and will make some decisions as to the future of the fish as opposed to what you see on the day. I think if you speak to Ricky and me have agreed on a fish being at the British Show being the best Sankey.
Yeah,
it wasn't ready to show. You know, it's all right, Ricky going on saying, oh, it's the best fish, but yes, the Benny plate wasn't solidified. So in the centre of the scale the Benny was really, really strong. We can't assume as judges that whoever owns that fish will develop that Benny plate, which is a little bit different in Japan where they know what's going to happen with it. So
you judge on what you see rather than what's to come.
You have to judge on the day. If it's not ready to show, then you have to then downgrade it. No, I agree with Ricky on that day. The fish was the best Sankey, but it wasn't ready to show.
It wasn't the best fish at the show.
The problem with that, Sankey, would be if when the sumi comes up beautiful, what happens when the belly fell off?
Yeah, this is the problem. You can't assume that the person who owns that fish will condition it correctly. And lots of people show a fish and never condition that fish properly. I can see some stunning fish come to a show that aren't ready to show because they're not conditioned. And that's a slow process for people to learn.
It's a whole new channel, Alan.
It is.
Ready your fish for a show.
It's a different minefield.
Do a spin to win, Gaz, rather than a knockout.
One spin to win.
Yeah.
One
And I
spin.
believe we've got everybody in. Gary, Lisa, Tony, Simon, Mike,
What are they winning?
Dave, John,
gift card.
Peter, Vicky, Mandy, Alan.
Whatever's on there, I don't know what it is. Humbercoy won a tenner on his last one. But it's there. You could
It's
have
a lucky
500
win.
quid. It'd
Whatever
be
you get,
fine.
you get.
Top prize,
One
half a
click.
million quid.
One win.
To spend at New Forest.
Good luck. Whoever gets this is it. It's not a knockout. It's just one click win.
Hey!
There we go.
Vicky's in.
Well done, Vicky.
Congratulations.
You got me on thingy anyway, Vix. So if you want, I can send it to you, or we can do a live video, or ask me what's on it. It's up to you, mate. But it's there. It's got your name on it, mate.
Oh,
The first pitch is not fair, mate. You've stretched that one.
The first picture. In all fairness, I had to stretch
It's
it.
from New Forest Koi.
That's how my fish looks.
So give the first picture a little bit of benefit of doubt. It should have a bit more body to it than that.
Okay, so I'm just going to eliminate that one.
Yeah.
That's harsh.
Fucking mate, that needs to go in the death bond, doesn't it?
Yeah, but then number 2 needs to be eliminated because its head shorter than the short thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a very stumpy fish.
That's
my
my breed,
prediction-
mate.
I'm going to say straight away, I'm going to get my prediction in before anybody else does. And I'm picking the shower as number 1. This one as number 2. As we said, I'm going in reverse order. 1, 2, 3, and that one really shouldn't be in there because we did have to shrink it down a bit. So 4,
the
3,
show should be in
2,
there.
1. The shower shouldn't be in there, should it? No, because this is my fault, Alan. I thought that the shower went with the being a gin rin would be up against other fish with that were gin rin, not. So
An A and B, mate, or something.
So we're down to 2 fish.
we're down to 2 fish.
But let's just judge it on what we see.
I see some.
Let's just eliminate number 1 immediately because you can't judge that because it looks like it's been fucking
Look, that
steamrolled.
fish would be easily offended.
And to be fair, it's probably the best fish of the bunch.
It didn't look that good, to be fair. It didn't.
Guys,
Which
can
I only
you-
had the original one was like the size of a post-it note. I couldn't get it any better, and I couldn't find a decent ginrin one to look at.
What we should do is ask Alan what's wrong with each fish, isn't we? Because there is issues.
Yeah.
Can you just shrink it down a
It's
little bit so we can see the
Yeah.
achiever better?
The
Shrink it
achiever,
down.
the pecs look wonky on the achiever. They don't look. The colour's not equal in them, and I don't know. Maybe just the position it's resting at, but
Is that better?
Still could be a bit bigger, just so we can see the face without the.
We could go straight in with which one would you buy, and which one is better.
That's
Because
better.
I'll
Like
buy the
that.
cheap. I'll buy
You
the
enlarge it, mate, without that thing that pops up, dude. There you go.
If I'm buying one, I'll buy the Ochiba. If I'm judging one, the show is the better fish.
I'd go for the shower. Yeah. I
But
don't
if you
like
wanted
the
to buy one, which one would you buy? I'll buy the Ochiba all day long, mate.
shower.
Ochiba.
Shower. shower.
I think to be fair, Rick, I would probably go with if the Achiba's got the better body out of that and the shower. But I'm not a fan of Achiba, so I'd probably buy the shower.
You're not buying out. What you're doing is judging them.
But we're looking at him as if we were going to say which is going to win in a show. And all right, I've got the category wrong. My bad. My mistake. I should have Googled.
Don't worry about it, Gary. The guy's bloody Vicky's got 3-2-3. She's voting twice for the same fish.
She's on my side.
3-2-3. 3-2-4. She's recorrected it. But Mad Dog's gone 4-3-1-2.
The show has got a win, but I'd still rather the Ochba.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we were going to go on the Ginrin merit, 100%. The Achiba's got the nice Ginrin. It seems nice, straight. Even it's not messy scales, is it? It's not that messy Ginrin. Like that one kind of looks is.
Oh, I quite like that one.
If we just chop the fins off the Ochba, it'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me,
Come on, Alan,
I
put
got-
us out of our misery. Just nail it.
Mandy's with me. 4-3-2-1.
Well, I thought we were knocking number one out.
Yeah, number one's got to go anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. So if it's going as last, then it's out anyway.
Well, I'd have to bring the Ginrin into the equation. The Ginrin on the shore isn't very good.
It's got to be the Achiever
Weak
first.
in it.
The Chiba's first.
God damn it.
It's
Yeah.
coming home. It's coming.
Shore's second, and the Messi Asagi's third.
Alan, they're
Yeah, I
all
wanna
mine,
stop.
mate. Behave.
Oh, no, no.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Could be, to be fair.
So 3-4-2.
3, 4.
3-4-2, and that was always out.
Right. Al, question for you there, mate. From me, looking at the left pec on the Achiba.
Yep.
This is what you mean, isn't it? This.
Yeah. So on that leading ray,
Look
quite
right.
interested to see that, you know, if they don't follow a flow, and this is a question for my own learnings, if they don't follow a flow or there's a slight bend in there,
Yep.
is that a demerit when it comes
Yes.
to showing?
It is a demerit. But
So
then-
how much of a demerit would that be with regards? Does it depend on how badly deformed it is?
Yes,
Or
it is.
does
It all
it
depends
just
how.
get an immediate demerit of X amount of points immediately?
Yeah, it's a demerit, and that's all it is. The Ginrin on that fish is far superior to the rest.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we're judging Ginrin plus the fish that's underneath it. So even the Chiba pattern on that fish is pleasing to the eye. The grey area is good, consistent colour. Where if we look at the shore, the Ginrin actually detracts from that fish. The Ginrin on the Benny plate is poor. The Ginrin on the Sumi is killing the Sumi.
Yeah.
So the little demerit of the peck is outweighed by the demerits on the Ginrin on the shore. And we'll not talk about the Asagi.
Would have Rick's that one.
That's my best.
But
No, it's,
Yeah, that's,
I've seen
that's
your
rats
best.
in it, that one.
so
To be honest, this should be a pay-per-view channel.
you should, mate.
Yeah.
This,
Feel free
this
to
is
pay.
like good learning stuff, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Oh, I know that. Right, when we look at the Asagi, all right, I'm going to ask a question. You're going to go, "What's fucking right with it?" All right, but to people that are looking on here, all right, what is the biggest thing that you see on that fish that is wrong?
The Ginrin hasn't developed yet.
Right.
It is a mess. The
If-
Ginrin's
if
a bit of a
that-
mess. It will improve, but again, we're judging what we see on the day.
Yeah. So when you
Oh,
say it's
that's-
going to improve, what is it that if we would say what it would be, looking at the Ginrin, how would you see the development of the Ginrin in the fish?
The Ginrin will straighten up. The lines of the Ginrin will sharpen up, similar to the Achiba. If we look at the Achiba Ginrin, it is pretty consistent all the way through the fish.
Yeah.
It isn't consistent on the Asagi, especially over the dorsal area.
It's all over the place, isn't it?
It's all over.
Yeah.
Alan, can I ask a question? You're
Yeah.
talking about the Ginrin, but is the short head, short body not overrule the Ginrin?
Again, both the Achiba and the Asagi have issues. One's got an elongated head, the other's got a stumpy head. The stumpy head will not improve. The elongated Achiba head could improve as the fish gets bigger and the face fills out.
And the skull develops more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas if we look at the Asagi, it's got a quite short, pointy head. That ain't going to improve it. Look worse as the head fills out. You need broad nose and long head for the future, where that Asagi hasn't got in the future.
That's actually got a very stumpy body shape as well, eh?
Yeah, there's not massive structural integrity in that fish. The Chiba has a nice broad shoulder. The backbone on that fish is prominent, where it's not so prominent on the Asagi. I think it's going to be a short little fish.
Yeah.
You see, guys, it don't matter, mate, if we ain't got them in the right categories. What this is actually doing is really pointing out what a judge's eye see.
It's more appreciation and seeing little demerits and ranking them as a show fish.
Yes.
So Alan, on a Wagoi fish, do they always have the same number of scales?
No, they don't.
See, now we're going into some realms, aren't we?
Yeah, we ain't going down that route yet.
Are we not?
Yeah. I've got a question on Ginrin now. Okay. So customers coming into a shop will class a Ginrin if they see potentially like one or two rows of scales that are consistent from the back of the head down into the tail tube.
Yeah.
Okay. Now they will call that a Ginrin. I would not call that a Ginrin. For me, a Ginrin should have a consistent line of 4 scales down each side of the flanks.
Yeah, 3 or 4 scales.
What is the standard at BKKS level?
3.
3.
Crafty,
So
you
it's
come from
got to have
perfect aquatics, mate.
3
I come from
rows
you for a coin.
minimum.
It's got 2 Ginrin scales. It's Ginrin.
I'm looking at this from a perspective when I'm describing people that are coming in.
All right.
To do the appreciation.
Yeah, so
side,
for sure
it's
quality of a
information.
Ginrin, it must have a minimum of 3 rows of Ginrin scales left and right side.
It's consistent, like one after the other, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I see a shower, for example, I mean that's not a bad picture to give the example on, where you can see the Ginrin into one of the colours over the other. Would that be classed as a poor Ginrin in a showfish?
Yeah. It is poor getting in on the shore.
Yeah.
So a question there from Mr. Tropical Koi. So if the shower, being a skinnier fish, had have had better Ginrin, would it have won?
No.
Nope.
That was yesterday.
No.
You still need body shape. You still need the underlying fish, if it's a shore, if it's a Kahalo, Sangi, whatever. It still has to be a good representation of that fish.
If it had more body, Al, how would it then compare?
In so much as what? The question was, is a skinny Ginrin better than Ginrin? So if a skinny Ginrin had better Gin, it would win. What you're saying there, if the fish has got no body, it's like a little eel, but has superb Ginrin, would it win? Nope.
Okay.
It still has to have body, skin, quality, and if it's a shore, it needs to look like a shore.
Harsh.
Dale
Very
Sauter
harsh.
says, I would throw all four back in the mud pond. I think I would as well, mate.
So what
It
you're
was
saying
hard-
is the
it-
show is
it's-
quite a pretty fish show, yeah?
It's not easy to do to find fish
Kathy,
that have
you
got.
hear yourself.
Do you mind?
It's
I'd
easy
give
to
that
go
a
out
go.
there
It
and
was
pick.
nice.
I could have gone out there and just picked 4 grand champions and put them all on there, but then there'd have been no to pull faults out because they're already grand champions. There was no point putting on the
Actually,
very
that's
best fish that Alan's probably already seen because everybody's going to go, well, that fish is a GC, that's a GC, that's a GC, that's a GC. Where's the faults? I tried to find ones that looked like on the shower. The only place it's really visible vibrantly is on the white sections.
Yeah.
The rest of it, it's pretty crap. The red, it's there, but it's not really it doesn't stand out a lot. Whereas the Achiba, it stands out throughout the full body on both sides. This one was just a throw in, just to say, right, that's a ginnerin, but it's a bit of a mutt-looking fish to me. And that one, to be fair,
Was a laugh.
decent looking picture, but I had to stretch it that much that it's ruined the picture, unfortunately.
But we're
I
all
think-
learning.
I think
So,
this
tell you
one-
what, DT, that's a fucking question for another night, mate.
Yeah. So there we go. Right, that's that one. That's that batch of.
To be honest, the hardest thing to judge would be 4 GCs. Because you've then got to try and find a demerit in them, which is very, very hard. If they're taking a GC award, it's because they are the top of the best of the class.
I'm glad you said that. Here you go.
Here we go.
Well, that's easy.
Is it?
Yeah, dead easy. I've judged them now.
You've seen him in the flesh. No, you haven't seen him. You didn't go out there.
I've seen
Hey,
some.
I find this one quite hard, though.
Why?
132.
Well, Vince got that wrong.
Yeah.
I'd go number 2 is the best.
Yeah, I'd sit on there 2, 3, 1 for me.
I'm going to
fact,
go
hang on,
1,
hang on.
3, and 2.
I'd say they all look nice.
I mean, the photo is quite difficult. The Seroji on fish 3 is extremely good.
Yeah, hence the reason why I had to fizz out the grand champion.
Yeah.
Mark that one at the side.
This you got is Fish 3's been photoshopped.
Ah, there you go.
That one probably has been, mate.
Yeah, 100% it is.
But again, to get
So do we rule that out?
big-bodied
Just dump it?
kahakus off.
No, we'll leave it in.
So, type your answers in, guys. What do you reckon? What numbers would you go for? I mean, I personally, I think. Well, see, this is the bit where I'd go wrong because I picked the one that I like, and I like this pattern bit here on
Yeah.
that fish. And
Okay,
I like
so
that-
right,
I
just
like
just
the
to
head
throw
more
something
on
in
that
there.
one than this one. I don't like that bit over the eyes.
But you say you don't like it, but that's a personal preference.
It is, yeah.
Okay, so what you got to hone your skills on now is Sashi Kiwa.
This seemed to me like its head was too short in
I think that's
proportion
more
to
the
the
photo,
body.
but actually the body, the power in that fish is extraordinary.
If you measured up its pecs to the rest of its body in that position, it looks terrible.
It looks
Yep.
dumpy. It looks short and dumpy to
It's
me.
amazing.
I'm
I've got like, at least 100 of them on the
1,
farm.
3, 2. This looks too short a body for the
Yeah.
width up front.
Yeah, I'd go 1,
like
3,
the
2.
back end tapers down too quick, whereas
Yeah.
both these look like they taper down nice and
Its
slender,
tail,
great big.
its
thick
tail
wrinkles
looks
on it.
tiny. Its pecs look tiny for its body.
Yeah.
That's the
Its
angle of
head looks
photos,
like it's
mate.
too short.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just judging on what I see.
So the picture in the middle one, the camera's very much over the top of the fish.
Yeah.
So you're actually losing some of what the profile of the nose looks like.
Yeah, you've got to allow for the fact that fish is swimming towards the edge of the vat, so its pecs are being pulled back over. They're not extended out over.
So for me, looking at that, I'm going to start looking the Benny plate. If we're looking at the colour, the body, I'm going to leave for Al to explain to me because I've got my opinion.
Oh,
I'll
crap.
probably go for number 3 as the best body shape. But if we was in Japan, number 2, if that was at a better angle, that would probably be an extraordinarily powerful looking fish.
95 cm, 96 cm.
Is it?
Yep,
Is that the Zanichi one?
that is a Dainichi, yes.
Yeah.
Good. Shiroji is good. Extremely clean fins on both sides, on all of them fish, to be honest. If that was a better picture, I'd probably go 2-3-1.
2-3-1.
But I'm with Crafty. 2-3-1.
1-3-2 for me.
Yeah, I'm still 1-3-2.
Vince?
1-3-2.
But I'm gonna say that the Sashi and the Kiwa on number 2. I mean, it's not the best photo. The Kiwa is probably very messy, actually, but it's hard to see because around the back middle, like, at the end of the no, this one down a bit, mate, down a bit there. I mean, bearing in mind I ain't got my glasses on.
Well, you want to put them on.
How well cut in that is now. If I'm looking for the escalloped edge, I'm not quite sure how well that cuts in comparison to number 3. But that's been photoshopped, so it's probably better enhanced. So that's the bit that I would be looking at, but I'm still going to go 2-3-1 as my choice.
All over that.
Come on then, Alan.
2-3-1.
2-3-1.
2-3-1.
I know what I'm talking about now. Now we're talking about proper fish.
Yeah, 1's a nice fish, but Sashi's a bit heavy on it yet. Marizumi hasn't developed properly yet, and 1 peck is definitely a different shape than the other.
Yeah.
Oh, can you just explain Marizumi?
I was just about to say that.
Marizumi is the trailing edge.
If it's a grand champion, how did it get that far with a wonky peg?
Because
It
it's
all
amazing.
depends on what it's against on the day.
Right, so what are you saying, Alan? So I can point it out.
The rear edge of the pattern.
The
Of
rear
any
edge
dad.
of the pattern.
The rear, yeah. If we look at on the head, the Marizumi is developing on that fish, but not fully. That's Sashi there that you're pointing
Yeah,
at.
it's the back. If you go to the second dad, mate, on the right hand side, bring your hand up there. You see how that scallops out, mate?
Yeah.
That's the edge of
That's
the scale
Marizumi.
that I was going into.
Yeah.
So as it scallops out with the scale of the actual.
Yeah. Well, it follows the line of the scale. You'll have like a round edge on it. It's probably more prominent on fish 2 on the right hand side. They've all got good Marizumi. Just the Sashi on fish 1 is a little bit heavy yet. They're all quality fish.
They're all amazing fish.
Number 2
on
is
fish,
a
fish 3,
typical.
right?
Number 2 is a
the pink in the
typical.
back of the head. The Japanese don't see that as a deformation, do they, as much?
No.
But for me, that's a major problem.
Which
Can
bit's that, Rick?
you repeat that first part, Rick? Because I didn't hear it.
On fish 3, on the back
This.
of the head where the gill joins the skull,
That
Yeah.
bit there.
right, it dinks in.
Yeah.
For me, that from quite an early day, that I'm almost culling. I'm not saying I'm culling that fish because it's pretty amazing, but that deformation for me is a deformation. But they let it ride a bit more.
Oh, yeah, they do.
It's a bit of a pinched in look, isn't it?
They are
You
more
see it quite obvious. It's
forgiving.
quite a dink.
We are.
What we're saying, we're more deformation.
Harsh.
We are quite harsh.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
for
body
me,
shape.
that's the problem.
The body shape on number 2 is a typical Japanese style fish,
Yeah, it's powerful fish.
and
It's a sumo.
believe it or not, Gaz said it earlier, or Daz, it almost looks deformed. But when you look at the Japanese body types that they keep over there, they like that really thick, chunky tail. where the UK eye tends to go more towards what you're seeing in picture 1.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
more thick at the rear, but not those. That's
Not
almost like
overly
the tail's
chunky.
just being stuck into it, isn't it? And it's a big
Yeah.
fucking wide wheel.
But that's a skill to create to grow a fish like that, mate. Is insane.
Fuck
Oh,
yeah.
it is.
Yeah, totally agree, mate. Totally agree. And that goes back to what you were saying earlier. Can you imagine you having a pond of 30 toes eye when they all start getting bigger? It's like trying to keep that quality, put the body on, keep it at its prime. When it hits 96, Al?
Yeah.
Do you know these fish, Al?
Thing in your pond. Like a whale. Good pictures, Gus. Well done, dude.
Next
What
one,
else?
then. He's got loads of them.
Okay.
Gaz, man. Gaz. The first fish doesn't show against the other two.
The first fish is a little bit younger.
The first fish is a Ginrin.
You can see it in the scale, mate.
It ain't got 3 rows.
It is. I can count 3 rows.
Crap. Well, pretend it's not. Fucking ring. I didn't even notice that. Shite.
So we're judging between 2 and 3.
You can throw one in, but it's third.
That's right. So number
Default.
one's third.
It's not much of a
They're all
competition.
lovely because they're tankies.
I mean, me, I'd go 2, 3, but
Easy.
like
Yeah.
that.
I'd go 2, 3.
But the pecks on number 2, again, they look a little bit,
They're twisted as it's
a
obvious.
bit stubby.
Right.
Like they're trimmed.
Let's get down to the nitty gritty, guys.
Come on.
When you're judging fish, you're looking for the positives. Positives, body shape and skin quality. The pectoral fins and the little demerits of them only come in when you've got 2 of equal standard. So where's the best body of these 2 fish?
1. Just joking, Alan.
Get out of here, Rick.
3, I suppose.
Really?
2, mate. It's
Number 2.
monster. What's going on here?
Yeah, what's going on?
Number 2. Wins.
Where's the best
It's
skin?
clearly number 2.
2.
And where's the best skin?
2.
Number
Where's the
2.
best 2?
Best Benny's
No.
2 as well.
The fish in the middle has a slightly odd shaped peck. The fish on the right is ready to take off. That's easy jet.
The fucking right peck on that fish is huge, i.e., its right peck. It's
You know,
massive.
the
It looks
peck,
like the Rick's fish that you put on the other day.
The middle one's got a fucking squashed head, though.
No, that's a nice bait, Ted.
That's
The
power,
middle one's
that,
80
Vince. Whenever you
centimetres,
see a
it's good.
squashed head, mate, that's power. Just
Yeah.
think powerhouse.
that's a big fish.
The other one's got a pointy head, the number 3.
Right, let's just get to it. Number 2 wins. Let's go.
Right, next. We're not counting fish 1 because it's Ginrin.
Come on, Al, next bit, mate. What are you saying?
What?
What are you saying? What about
Fish two.
sumi placement? If we looked at that sumi placement on that fish? Well, to be fair, it's not really show ready anyway, is it?
Which one?
Number 3.
Oh, no. There's very little sumi on the fish. Is it a good
Don't think so,
representative
really.
of sangi? It's a sangi, but that's all it is.
If you took the pec fins off it, Al, how long do you think it would potentially be? Let's say that was a sakai fish, okay? When you're looking at the Benny the sumi development, how long would you think that would be before that sumi is fully developed in a fish? Because to me, that looks like it's potentially 2 to 3 year old.
Yeah, I would say it was probably a 2-year-old fish, this. So I wouldn't
As
expect...
opposed to
it
this
to
one being
develop.
maybe a 5 or 6 year old fish.
Yeah, it's quite a difference in the fish age. And this again is hard where you're doing photographic shows. You've got different angles the camera's being used at. One side of that fish tray looks flat, the other side looks to have muscle on it. But that again could just be the camera angle. It's nearly impossible to judge fish from photographs. One's in a dark blue bowl, one's in a light blue bowl.
These just sound like judge excuses to me, Alan.
But it's not that difficult, is it? Number 2 is 10 times better than any other fish.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, easily.
Easy. It's not difficult.
And let's
it's
just
easy.
say, for example, that that's just a flash of the camera making it look Ginrin.
The bird's not getting in.
Shite.
Oh, here's a serious question for you. Okay, if we was to show like a Sankey that didn't have any sumi in the first third of its body, but we had good sumi development in second third and third, how far back would that mark it against the pattern? If there was something like, for instance, let's look at picture 2. All right. If there was more sumi to the front of that, let's say coming off the Maritan spot, okay, would that make that a more superior fish in a show than one that has got none?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Without a doubt, mate. You need to have those elements in place. You can't have a fish that's only got sumi at the back end, because then you end up with Kahata at the front and the Sankey at the back.
Yeah.
So you have fish at 2 halves. At the end of the day, you're judging Sankey.
Twice as good.
Yeah.
When you're selling it. Bit of both.
I mean, the reason why I ask is just so people are aware. We get tied up on pattern huge amount, but with things like Sankey, I'll use picture 3. So just behind where it cuts in, Gaz, on the left hand side of the Benny, you'll see that there's some very slight sumi spots there. Now, I would well, for me, looking at this, I'd potentially think that could take a good 12 months for it even break through and solidifies enough to be seen as a good spot of Benny. But there's very good chance that even in a year after that there's Benny sumi underlying under that Benny plate, even forward of that spot that Gaz has got the pointer on, that would come at year 4, year 5, year 6. You know, and that's why Sankey is so hard to read.
Yeah, definitely. That fish has got a lot of development to do. But again, it's just what you see on the deer.
The problem with that fish, though, the Benny plate's so big. If the sumi comes up where you're hoping it comes up, there's no shiroji left.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why again Sankey becomes so bloody hard, Rick. To get a real good balance. I mean, I'm more of a traditionalist with Subo Sumi being a big key factor in the Sankey selection for me. Now my knowledge is where it's at. But when I look at that, Al, again, question for you: the Benny plate on the actual head itself, because it is so solid. All right, it doesn't cover the whole head because we've got where the mouth is that sits up into the nostril. Is that a more sought after pattern type, or would you prefer to see more shiroji in the actual face?
No, pattern type isn't really an issue for me on the head of that fish.
The fact that it leaks into the eye sockets, though, is that an issue?
Not really. You can still see a white edge to the top of the eye, so it hasn't actually covered the eye.
Cover the eye, yeah.
And it's only a small demerit. That's just a small pattern demerit, even if it touches the eye. And that only comes into play when you got 2 fish of equal standing.
Yeah.
So that would give you then something that you could knock one back on the other with, depending on how much it went over.
You see,
number one's got a nice white face, but it looks horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. That's right. That's not the technical term. It makes the face look wide and googly-eyed, and because of the pattern.
Yeah. I mean, the reason why I ask those questions, Al, is merely down to when people are picking their fish out. They focus on such the wrong things all of the time.
Yeah. Audience.
And they
easy crafty. That's how I make my living, mate.
Sorry, Rick, mate. you know, I say that because people's understanding is that they'll hear someone say, "Oh, it's got too much red on its face. It's going into its eyes." It makes no fucking blind bit of difference as long as that head has got some pattern. Correct? or
Yeah,
not?
this is not enough pattern to the head.
Is it not?
Well,
It's
Not
just
on that fish.
it looks
does
more
look like it's
kind
gonna
of
ask a
looks more
question
like
any
the
minute,
kind of a
doesn't it?
pattern you'd expect to see on a kahaku as opposed to on a sanke.
But right. So again, I'll be a devil's advocate. Would that deem itself as a pattern on the head or not?
yeah, it's past the shoulder line, so it's pattern on the head.
You see, and again, that's where people's where people look at it. Oh, there's no pattern on that, but there is. And I learned some off Al when I'd done the Achieva selection that was put in the raffle. So I had quite a solid head colour, and he pulled it up. And he said, actually, it literally had just a tiny little break just coming into the side of its mouth. The rest of it was colour. It's like, if this was in a show and that bit wasn't there, it'd be disqualified straight away because there's no pattern on the head.
It wouldn't be disqualified, but it'd be.
You know what I mean, Al?
Yeah, it would knock it back.
It'd knock it back quite a considerable amount. But because there was just a small indent to create a small pattern, Al's words were it gets rescued because of that.
Yeah.
You see, and little things like that is what you're looking for. But again, must stress that is only in showfish.
Yeah.
You know, pondfish and showfish are completely separate world aparts.
Unless you keep your showfish in your pond.
But you can't show fish unless you actually show them.
Next one then, eh?
Yeah.
Let's see which wrong category.
Are you on the beer tonight, Rick?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Oh my god.
I've got
Number
no
three,
quad
the
left, man.
last one's photoshopped.
Middle one skin ring.
I quite like the middle one. I reckon it has got butterfly wings. That got pecs that they are monstrous, aren't they? Number one's Allan's, isn't it?
Nope.
That's a your
No,
pond,
no,
mate.
no. These are all off the internet.
Nah, number one's one of Allan's. I'm sure he brought that off himself last year.
Look nice, number one.
I'll tell you what, mate. I fucking hope I get Shiroji like number 5 on mine. On with
Now,
Tipex.
I thought, from what you said earlier, the Ginrin doesn't matter with these because it's not Go Sanke.
Yeah. It goes against them. It's in the right
These
class.
will all show against each other regardless. So
Yeah.
there's 5 to choose from in this one.
But they're quite wide apart, Gaz, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, I know there's.
You know,
I'll tell you what. For the purpose
Number
of the
5 just
exercise,
doesn't look real.
Come on, Roo.
Let's knock number 1 off because it is head and shoulders
Oh,
a completely different age fish.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
reason for them also being there is so that we can. Alan can talk us through what he'd be
Okay.
looking at in that
why he
type
brought
of
it.
fish.
Why he brought that fish.
It's not his fish.
Yeah, Al, why did you buy that?
It's not
Why
mine.
did you buy fish number 5, mate?
Actually, you can get your Shiroji like that. Just take a picture and Photoshop it. Job done.
Come on, then. I'll tell you what, Vince. Come on, son. Get a little bit more out of you. You're a bit
Yeah,
quiet.
he's been quiet.
Yeah, I'm struggling to keep my eyes open at the moment. I'm
Put
fucking
your glasses
shattered.
on, son.
Come on, Vince, sort yourself out.
Come on, Vince. There's got to be a pretty fish there.
Oh, there is a pretty fish there.
Number 3.
Now,
I'll go in. I'm going to go in. Number 2 is the best of the little uns for me all day long.
This one.
Then, yeah, number 2's good. Number 3, I don't know what's going on. The fins are massive. It's a little male. Number 4,
Serious shit.
it's got so many issues. Like, the Sumi plate's terrible. I know you might say it developed, but it won't. And the fins are massive again. 5's been photoshopped, and then we come back to number 1. That's just different league. So for me, number 2 wins. I'm on it.
Next.
See, I quite like this one, mate. I like number 4 best.
Oh. No, it seems a bit too much.
Okay, Gaz, talk us through your suit.
Well, for me, I mean, the nice, as you would go with the checkerboard pattern, so you've got patch of white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black, white, stepped all the way down it. Yes, it's heavy on the head, but I think he's got a nice, broader, wide head.
But isn't that a young fish? And for a young fish, won't that just keep getting darker and darker?
Okay, so again, we're going on.
What we see.
The first thing is body and skin, right? So it's been totally overlooked. So if you look at your body and skin first, and then your pattern last, which way you going?
If you're going with body, then it's got to be number 3.
Yeah, that shocked you, Crafty.
You what, Rick?
Not on no, because this one's, as you said, is a league of
leagues
its own,
apart.
isn't it? That's number 1 out of them all.
Even number 3's got a nice body, but the fins don't match it.
You can trim them down with scissors.
Nothing about the body matches the head or the fins. It's like got a good body, but the rest of the fish don't match the body. No? Or maybe that's just me. I've had a bit.
We're just judging on skin and body.
I like number 3, but if I were picking a fish there, I wouldn't. This is, yeah.
Here we go.
I don't like this one.
I picked number 5.
Too narrow point on the head for it.
But number 5 is like there's some Photoshop. That's not realistic to the fish.
It's a pretty fish, though.
It's disqualified on the fact that it's completely.
So number 5 is disqualified.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's not real in
The
this.
Shiroji and the Sumi have been coloured in that fish to try and
just
someone
a little.
try and
Enhance
work
it
out
more.
what's going to happen with it.
But I'm thinking of this one and what's coming in the future, where it'd have a nice bit of patterning into the head. This is going to come up here. That's coming up here. This is coming up here, which will make it a really.
It's
even
got nice
balance.
Motoguru.
Yeah, and it's getting
It's
rid.
like Danger Mouse or something.
But its head can fill out, Rick.
The wings.
Well, to me, I'd go in.
Personally, I would go 3-4-2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd go with that, Vince. That would 3-4-2, and this one would be the best one, obviously.
I'd
But
go.
This one would just to throw
3,
something
2,
else
4.
in, just to fill a gap up on the picture.
I'd go 4-3-2.
4-3-2.
Okay.
On body.
Isn't that a football terminology?
Fuck no.
4-3-2. Yeah. It's good attack
And you're right
formation.
there. Whoever said that, Phil's there. So fins look big, but it's shadow, I think, because the fin stops here.
Yeah.
That bit behind there is shadow.
Yeah.
That's the fin.
The bit that I might be missing is the development of the Sumi in this. If we're looking in a show, so I've gone body and skin. Now I'm going to start looking at the pattern or the development of the pattern. And, number 2 is really not show ready on the pattern. Again, number 3 is not show ready on the pattern in comparison to number 2. And this is where Al comes in, because I would go more for the future to make it more show ready. But looking at that, for me, the body shape on number 4, 3, and 2 is in that order. But it could be 2, 3, 4, and 2, and that's where you know, to me, it all depends on what Al says here. I'll probably learn a bit on this, to be honest.
See, if you were picking the fish, I would say this one because that's developing, and you should pick one of these with development to come.
But then
not
I'll look at the
already
head
being
pattern.
ready. But we're talking
Look
about
at
it
the head
as being
shape on that, mate. The head shape is not as good as what I would see on number 4.
No, definitely, I'd agree with that. But it's a wider
So the
set body, and you'd hope the head would fill out.
So looking at the transition from the back of the skull and the gill plates into the rest of the body, the body line looks better on number 4 than what it does number 3.
I think number
In
4.
my opinion. So that transitions. But again, Al, I think that we've had a good deliberation on that. And
We all disagree.
We all disagree.
We all do
It's brilliant. And
hence the
actually, I
reason
think,
why we have a judge here to show us and tell us
but,
and
you
lead
know,
us
but
the way.
how good is it that we all disagree? And we're all seeing different things.
Yeah. Come on,
I know
Al.
what I see.
Put us out of misery.
I see me taking a vat down to Hamble Market and put them in the vat and sell them off at 50 pence each. But if we're taking fish 1 and 5 out of the equation, which I think we'll have to, you can't class the fish 1 with the rest because it's a different.
No, but talk us through fish 1 when you've finished. What?
The issue with we'll do fish 1 first. The issue with fish 1 is the head is off a size 5 fish and the body's off a size 6.
Yeah.
I see a fish in Japan come up for sale today, Al. Mate, it's like they took a fucking head off a tozai and stuck it on a 6-year-old fish, man. It was absolutely fucking rank.
It just looks wrong.
It looks really narrow, doesn't it? And in front of its head towards the rest from the pecs back.
So that is a deformity, Al, or is that?
No, you can slim that down easy.
Is that grown too fast, that fish, then?
Not really, no. It's just something in its bloodline, I would say. But as for fish 3, if we look at the head on that fish, technically that is deformed as well. The flat side from eye down the gill plates is quite flat, the same as fish 5. So that's out as well. The pecks are way too big on it. It's not a shadow on them, it's actually the pecks. Because if you think that's a shadow on fish 3, you've got the same issue with fish 4. So it means little pecks.
Yeah.
So it's actually the actual size of them pecks on fish 3 is what they are.
They're all massive.
So Rick is correct. Fish 2 is the best fish of that lot.
I won't gloat. I need a wee.
But if we're looking at body line now, without bringing in the pecs, okay, what would you class as the best body line out of them fish?
Body lines and well, not these fish. Best body line is probably the Ginrin.
Number 3.
Yeah, you can't go fish 4. The sumi on that fish is poor.
Yeah,
it is very poor.
Yeah,
We call that underdeveloped.
I would call that poor.
Maturing.
Why would you call that poor, Al?
It's not consistent, even in a young fish. If we look at the sumi on fish 2, it's in a different league to the fish on fish 4.
100%.
Yeah.
That's no Masako.
It's black everywhere where the
Masako fish.
This is translucent, isn't it? It's almost like
almost cardigan.
Potentially in a cow fish as well.
So how do you actually place one of these fish 2?
I thank you all for the awards.
I think as well that picture is extremely blurry.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I think Rick has definitely got an upper hand because his 4 cans in. So,
Yeah, his eyes are dialed in.
So if we take fish 1 and 5 out, I would place some fish 2 first, fish 3 second, and fish 4 third.
fucking Jesus, man. I did find that really difficult, to be honest, man. I did find that one hard.
I keep telling you, put your glasses on for God's sake.
Yeah. Sorry, mate.
And the
There
last
you go.
one,
Goodness.
Fucking hell, HD.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Guys, I'm going to call it a night before I actually fall asleep and fall off this little kiddie
Now,
chair.
how you bored Vince to death, man.
yeah,
Lightweight.
One of the best learning videos of the year, and Vince goes sleep.
Mate, I've been working flat out here for the last 4 days, and yeah, it's caught up with me.
killer that,
Fair
mate.
play,
Right.
mate.
To be fair, he did the weekend at ours as well.
Fair
Anti-dub.
play
So
to you,
Vince,
Vince.
fair play,
So-
mate.
Night, guys.
Good night, bud.
Right, then.
Yeah,
Love
it's-
you, brother.
Good night, Vince. You're a star.
It's bang high.
He's great. He did. He was at ours for 3 days before he went straight to Skeggy's.
Fucking hell, mate. He loves it.
And not anymore. He's done. He's
That'll be Vince done in for the rest of the month.
2, 3, 1.
All day
2,
long.
3, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Just
like
a glance over that. I'll go 2, 3, 1.
body shape. Beautiful on 2.
I'm quite happy, Gaz, that you're using all my fish for this one.
Is this
Okay,
what the
so-
show should look like then, Ricky?
They look all like that, mate. Every one of them.
Yeah, I need to put my glasses on as well.
Okay,
2,
so
3, 1, everybody's saying, pretty much.
Yeah,
pecks on fish 1 are fucking huge.
yeah.
You got something about big pecs, you, haven't you? You don't like them.
Well, you know something. One of the first things that Al taught me was the pecks on a fish. There
The
was,
first thing he taught you down the pub that night.
mate,
Look
no.
at the pecs on that.
One of the first things that I didn't even look at pecs, and Al said like one of the things that is extremely overlooked is pecs on a fish, and there was a bowler fish and like a vatter fish, and he said, right, have a look through there, tell me what's wrong with that fish, and I couldn't fucking see it for love nor money, and the pecs were massive. And it was just I was looking at everything else but the pecs, and that's something when like customers come in that are more into the hobby is something that I point out to them. And you know, like you, Rick, you naturally look at the pecs, and the fact that your boy looks at pecs straight away shows how important they are to what a fish looks like, man.
I taught him 2 eyes, 2 pecs. It's in business. It's in the shop.
There you go. Yeah, if you've got 1 eye and half a peck, man, put it in the coal bin. So you know, to me, it's based on that is 2, 3, 1.
Just like that.
Go on then, Al.
Yeah, 2, 3, 1. Even though fish 2 getting back to pecks as a short leading rear on the left hand peck.
Yeah.
But body shape and that everything else outweighs that demerit. If we look at fish 3, the face is flat on both sides, but it's the same on fish 1. Technically a head deformity, but 2, 3, 1.
Yeah.
So the pecks on fish 3, Al, although it's probably where how the fish is holding itself,
Yeah.
do they look too small?
Probably the way it's rolled itself. I would say they were just acceptable. But pecks do make a
This
big
one
difference.
to me looked like the gill plates curl in.
Yeah, but then I can bring you faults in fish 1. If I look at the tail tube, it hasn't got a tail tube.
Yeah.
The
Really
tail is
thin.
in way too quick.
Yeah.
So it's weighing what one fish has a demerit, what the demerit on the other fish is.
But
And if we look
again,
at the head on fish 1,
On the show scene
they'd
now,
never reach a position. Fish 1 and 3 would never put place, potentially.
on the show scene now, Alan, which would be the more sought after type style pattern? Whereas this looks like more of an older traditional one where there was heavy sumi. This seems more of a modern day
Again,
show.
all they're they are modern. All you're looking at is the quality of the sumi, regardless whether it's heavy sumi or minimal sumi. It's the quality of the sumi that you're judging. You can't decide, I don't like that fish, it's old traditional, I like new modern. That's not what a judge should be doing. He judges the elements, the three elements, the red, the shiroji, and the sumi. So
Whereas
on fish
this looks
one,
quite yellow. You done it in fish one.
well,
Doesn't
the
look
sumi on
very-
that fish isn't strong either. It hasn't got any luster to that fish. It's quite flat. There's no shine on the body. Shine on the other two, none on the first one. So luster plays a big part when you're looking at skin quality.
How many show exhibitors, mate, forget about skin quality when they're putting their fish in a vat, mate?
If you're talking about the season guys, they all know what they should be doing.
Yeah.
It's new people, you've got to educate them a little bit when they're on show day. If I see them on a Sunday and they're new and ask us a question, you've got to give them some advice about conditioning fish. Fish have to be conditioned for a show. Same as any animal that's in a competition. Same as a beauty.
How do you make it the luster stronger then? Or can you even?
Yeah, of course you can. Clear's a wonderful thing, but you've got to
Right.
start. It's no good starting trying to condition the fish a week, 2 weeks before show. You need 4 to 6 weeks minimum.
Right.
Minimum.
If you want to try and enhance the sumi on a fish, you need a silica-based clear, and it will enhance the shine on the sumi.
So back to plus is exactly that.
Yeah,
All the secrets are coming out now. You need to get the fish carrot 3 weeks before, get the shiroji right. Back to plus before, get the...
and that's what it's about. It's conditioning the three elements on the Gosangi to get them right.
But then
Which
how,
is-
how are you going to condition? Right, so let's say we're using the correct clay to get the nice luster, to get the shine in the skin. Right, that's all looking peak. But how do you bring the sumi out? How would you balance the Benny against the sumi in order to make sure that they're both of a good standard?
Again, clear's the secret, Crafty. Any clear will enhance the belly clear. It is getting the sumi right. So you need a silica-based clear, and that will improve the sumi on the fish. But again, 4 to 6 weeks before show, not the week before. The week before is going to do nothing. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your money.
6 weeks before you buy Munga Mix, feed it regular.
You don't sell
Show
it.
ready.
You said you don't sell it.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's so in demand.
So
You'll be breaking into your shop for it now.
we've
We've
had
been
two
robbed this week,
videos.
mate. It's bad
We've
enough.
had two videos that have been sent in where we might be able to help somebody here. And we've got Alan and obviously Rick and Anthony that might be able to shed a little bit of light on something for Simon. So we're going to have a quick look at a fish that Simon sent in just so that we can see if we can identify what it is and perhaps maybe give him a bit of an help in getting his fish right.
Well done,
Right.
Vic.
If I bring that over there, let's see if we can give that a quick refresh.
Rick's koi pond. That's actually a mint statement, man.
What have I done now? What, me?
No, in the comments, man. Rick's
All right.
koi pond.
And then, if you guys want, I'm going to ask Alan and see if he'll pass his judgment over your kahakus.
You're on for the long term tonight.
Well, we'll try and get through it as quick as we possibly can.
That'll be a killer because nobody seems to have a blue bull.
Nobody does, I know, mate. It's, right, so there we go. That's the damaged dorsal.
It's amazing. It's on a chagoi, isn't it?
Nice fish as well.
Still carp pox.
Definitely carp box. 100% carp box. Not fin rot at all in that whatsoever.
There's no fire or heat in it, is there? They don't look like there's any. Don't look like there's any of that. Yeah, you know, you can see it breaking away, can't you? And like a feathery, rough roughed up edge and a bit
Yeah,
furry.
you get quite a, fin rot really provides high blood vessel as well.
And it hasn't taken any of the actual main ray away, has it? It's the ray's still there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be treating that with any sort of malachite or anything like that, to be honest, man.
Dactarin, athlete's foot. Only joke, just joking.
Bazooka, that Veruca might work.
But yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Sorry,
I think there might be a video as well. Maybe not. Oh yeah. So you're thinking cat pox?
It's not. It's not normal. It's not normal cat pox. It's like that weird. Yeah, it's definitely like a herpes type virus that you get, but it's not your normal cat pox.
Okay,
That's
I
what
was an
Micah
expert.
Hacker went like my Achiba went like everywhere. A grey covery film over all its body.
Yeah, I've only ever seen that
Started off-
once on fish like that, and it's like it's like a weird fungal thing, but it's one of those. Yeah,
What,
to be
what are
honest,
you
I
making
would
of?
isolate it. I wouldn't. If all these other fish are right, I'd isolate that and try different things on it. If it's
What are
been
you
like that
making
for
of that,
12
Al?
months,
What was that, Crafty?
What do you make of that, mate?
It is a herpes virus of some kind.
It looks like it's been quite damaged as well through it.
Well, I would agree with Rick. If you were trying to treat that, you would have to isolate that fish. You see people trying to scrape off herpes viruses with their thumbnails, but that just depends what time it is. It will introduce spores into your pond, which will then could affect the other fish. So you'd have to isolate this fish. It is a tricky one because it looks very, very thick.
Yeah, it's thickened up the dorsal, hasn't it? In comparison to this section and beyond here, it's double in thickness, isn't it, nearly?
Yeah, it's definitely taken a grip. That's a sure fact.
How would you go about treating it, though, Alan? Would a PP dip make any difference?
No, PP wouldn't affect that one little bit. Whose fish is this?
Simon Shears.
Cheers.
Can Simon, Gaz, can you give Simon my email address afterwards, and I'll
I can, mate, yeah.
I'll speak to him direct about this. Because I'm not keen on giving someone information over the web. I'd rather speak to him direct.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Yeah, it's also
Very
good
professional, Alan.
certain things out as well.
Yeah.
Drop us an email, mate. My email address is in my about, and I'll forward the link through from Alan through to you, mate.
Right, no problem. Yeah.
The sad thing is, I've seen that on a few fish, and they don't ever seem to. Don't matter what you do, they live happily, but they've always got that. Like,
There'll always be that ugly fish in your pond.
and you come down to the point where, you're going to have to rehome it somewhere, obviously, in a nice way, because that's hard to deal with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is.
All right, then.
Come on, then. Let's get on to
Let's get on to
the
tonight's-
appreciation.
Do some quacku.
Yeah, let's start with Telegram this week.
We have got Telegram. We have got them on Telegram as well. We've got them in
Have
all
we?
sorts. We've got this one. That's Lee Wright's first one.
Gimrin.
Yeah, Gimrin done classified, is it?
Good size. That's not the same fish, is it?
Yeah.
Well, that's the same.
Oh, there you go. Now I see it there, yeah. Fucking hell, man. Glasses.
Quite a quirky pattern, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's,
How would that pattern type fare in a show out?
It's at a one step.
It's all about the benefit of that pattern. Yeah, nothing wrong with the pattern. It's heavy, but
Yeah.
if the consistency of the Benny is good
Yeah.
and the Kiwa is good, it'll fare well.
Okay, so if we had like a 3-done pattern, technically that would be harder to keep than this one.
Yes. Yeah, because you got to get the Kiwa and Sashi all right at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, that's easier.
that's his problem.
There's many elements.
Oh yeah, definitely. I obviously know, but I asked the question because people would tend to go more with a more intricate sort of pattern that everyone tends to feel. Oh, it's a free-done pattern. It's more of a fish that we like, but technically they're harder to keep.
Elements not hard to keep, is it? Every element's got to be better.
I meant get right. That's what I meant, not keep. There you go, free-done.
30 cm male, Steve G's.
Looks like you brought that from your event, Crafty. One of yours.
That's not Momotaro, mate.
Is it not? All right. You're confident.
Mate, I'm starting to get an eye now, mate.
All right.
Good Shiroji, good consistent Benny pattern Benny plate from what I can tell, although it's quite hard to see because of the glare in the water. Skin looks good. It's got a red eye. That's not a demerit before people shout in.
It just needs body, a lot of body.
Yeah. But on a 30 cm fish, that's not too bad, is it?
Body.
It's very thin towards the peduncle, isn't it?
Yep. But again, next picture's a good picture on it. But
Ashley Robertson. Chunky fish.
It's just a bit unbalanced, isn't it? Other than that.
I'm not bothered about the balance, to be honest.
You're not?
No. I think that all right, it'd probably be more interesting and a better balance by having that little tiny bit of Benny in the left, but I don't think that detracts from it at all.
All right.
I mean, but that's just me, mate.
That's just me.
I think that when people start looking, a lot of what we see in the shop when people are picking their kahaku is that there must be no Benny leaking into the odor, and
that's because we send them to you, mate. All of ours have got that.
Yeah, and that's got that's textbook really in that fashion. Now that could be Momotaro. Whose fish is that, Gaz?
See, I think that's weaker at the back end than the other one. For me,
This one is Rick Howarth, 49 cm male kahaku.
If you're watching, Rick, and you know the breeder, mate, throw it in. Let's have a look. Slight problem there.
that's a missing scale, though, surely. And another missing scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely weaker towards the back there, Rick. So the consistency, guys, is that the Benny plate must remain the same colour off of the back of the head all the way up through the whole fish.
And this is lighter here.
Yeah, and that is one thing that they're looking for. Now, reason why I say from the back of the head is that you may find that it darkens up on the actual skull on the basis that there's no flesh underneath it. So, am I right, Al?
I'm busy making notes.
Making notes.
Busy making notes. Nice one.
Carry on.
Tony Barker's next one.
Don't need to make notes yet, mate. Mine aren't on there.
He's he's judging the best fish. This is Alan's big night. GKP live. I'll make you famous.
The quality of the Benny on that's good. Right for the body.
That's a nice fish. I like the pattern on the face as well. I think that really looks smart. Good shiroji. Good consistent Benny plate.
I like the straight kiwa at the back of the first pattern as well. I quite like that.
Sashi looks nice. Consistent on the leading edge.
So make sure you've
Oh,
got
question
the right
for
person,
you.
right? Yeah. Tony
Question for you
Barker.
now. On the kiwa when it's
Marabosh is
not,
40 cm.
when
Is that
it's not when it's not scalloped and it goes through on a straight line. What's that terminology called for me, mate?
Kamazuri.
Thank you.
That's what I said. Straight cut, mate.
I'm still learning certain Japanese terms. I know what I'm looking at, but remembering some of the fucking Japanese terms is unreal.
I like it. That's nice.
But for me, that's the best fish so far for me.
Taniguchi.
Oh, good breeder. I fucking love Taniguchi fish. I'll tell you what, man, that's class there.
Again, this is Tony Barker's, I think it said there then. It's only a short video, I'll stop it popping every.
Thank you. Whoa.
Yeah,
Can you zoom on that at all?
No, not on a video, no.
That's not bad, mate.
Yeah, it's a nice pattern.
It's a shame the patterns are close, like on that first step.
So again, so for guys thinking of showing, so if you cast your mind back to fish number one, that was a very big, solid Benny plate. When you look at the pattern on this, there's so much more to get right because of how much kiwa, how much sashi is required. But again,
It's got to be so many scales, hasn't it?
for what, mate? What on the sashi?
Yeah.
From
Doesn't have to
memory,
be anything,
and
it just needs to be
I'll punch me in the face if I got this wrong. I'm not expecting a whack if I'm honest, but I believe it's 2 scales for sashi, and it must be consistent throughout.
Yep.
Fuck for that.
And that was Tony Barker's again.
In my head, it was like, is it 2 or is it 3?
Rob Howarth.
Nice
Maritime.
effort,
Yeah.
but-
For those people that don't know Maritime is a spot on the head that people would call a tancho spot, but it's called Maritime just so when the Japanese were pointing out kahaku or fish with that pattern, it's actually there just to identify a fish. So I read.
But the Maritime.
That fish is so much better on one side than the other, isn't it?
Yeah,
That side there
is good.
not great.
Not classed as a Maritime when it's got a different coloured pattern behind
No.
the back of the body, though.
On
is it?
that
Just
side,
if
that's
it's
a
got
nice
spot.
fish.
Yeah, oh yeah, see that, mate. Yeah. Okay, so on this shows because where it breaks the water, you can see a nice luster to the skin condition there, which shows that the fish has actually got good skin. Now, one question I've asked out in the past when we're showing is, how the fuck can you judge good skin underwater? I can see it really easily when it breaks the surface, but seeing it under the water is.
Easy.
But then when you see a fish that hasn't got it in comparison to one that has, it's actually quite easy.
Yeah.
I like that. That's nice. It's a shame. It's a shame that it's not. I don't know. That the side with like that side we're looking at now. It's not finished enough in the kiwa.
It's still lacking a bit of body. It's nice fish though.
Yeah, good fish.
Rob Howarth.
Good shiroji.
That's the same fish, isn't it? We
No.
seen
I
that
think
one
it is.
We saw that one down
Seen
the
this
back
one
end.
already. Yeah, I've seen this one already.
It has been double
I'm not sure. Did we see a video of it though? Yeah, we did. Yeah, same video.
We
Same
did.
video because it's got.
Yeah, that's
it's
the
in a
bit.
blue
that
ball
I
this
picked
time.
out, the little red spot.
Alan's got them all up here, like he's like memoir in the brain.
It would appear we've had a lot of people post the fish twice.
To make sure you got them, mate.
That's the same fish there.
Yeah, we've seen that one.
We've seen that one. Sally
Not seen this
Outfields.
one.
We haven't seen that one.
Big fish, little fish.
Where does it live?
In a cardboard
Oh.
box.
Okay, so this is. It'd be interesting to see what it's like on the front of that, on
Nice.
the face of that.
Hey, dogs.
Got a couple of issues. It's a bit weak down the back end, isn't it?
Okay, pause that there. Oh,
That's got something wrong with its pec too.
on that left flank there, mate. Because it's on the gill plate where that penny breaks. Is that classed as pattern or not?
Yeah, still fun.
Thank you.
It's got a few sumi spots as well, isn't it? Not sumi, shimmies rather.
Yeah. But
Fortune.
good body on it.
Yeah.
Nice sized fish.
Yeah.
Nice dogs as well.
The dog's gonna eat it.
Okay, yeah, go back on there, Al. Gaz, sorry.
Which one?
The one that was just looking. In fact, that one's fine because it's the same fish. If you look at the leading ray on the pecs on that as well. I don't know if it was just on that other video.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a bend to it, that one.
Yeah. Cool, man.
That one's. Oh, thank you very much.
Fucking hell, Gaz is being looked after. You're in for a promise tonight, lad.
Crumpets.
On a promise tonight, mate.
They got Marmite on them, lad.
Oh,
Yeah.
mate. You wouldn't even-
Oh, there you go. You can
perfectly
see
good
the bend in
crumpet with
on the
Marmite
leading
on it.
ray there. Look, on that left pet, or the top pet.
Big
Mate,
pecs
it's got
and all
two
that
fins.
on that, innit?
It's got two fins. It's in.
Right, so that's all the one sent from Facebook. So, Amanda
I'll drop a
Smith.
copy, Saskia Ram.
Big fish.
Got some shoulders on that one.
Thank you, Saskia Ram. Rudolph.
That one's a Dazzle Koi Farm.
That's if you breed them like that. That'd be sweet, wouldn't it?
It would, if only.
Right, Daz. Right, project for you, mate. Is you need to start taking pictures of fish
In a blue bowl.
in a blue bowl, number one, and number two from head down, mate. Right?
Yeah.
Because when it comes for you selling your fish, it's going to be so much more easier for you to do that. So get the practice in early, lad. Because I'll tell
Yeah.
you fucking need patience of a saint.
You being followed or what?
No, that's
Again.
Oh, blue bowl.
Just wanted to see.
Is that one Dazzles?
Oh, why do you need a blue bowl, mate?
God, I don't know, to be honest.
That's Dazzles.
Looks better.
Looks
It's
better.
easier to define the fish, isn't it?
Emphasizes the colours better.
I think they're 70 and 75 centimetre, them two.
Is this yours, Daz, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's your Momotaro getting on, by the way?
It's doing fine, thanks, yeah.
Yeah? Looking good?
Deleting, yeah, it's. I think it's put a couple of CM on. I think I measured it to, I think it was about 29 CM. I think it was 27 when I got
It was
it.
26 when you got it, I think.
26, yeah, so it put 3 CM on.
What's the body like? Is it bodying out well?
Yeah, yes, it started to put a bit of size on, yeah.
They're both Dazzles.
I've got a fish
Excuse them
down the shop for you, mate. I've had one that's had all its benny fall off, mate. So I've saved it for you because I know you like it.
Sheer emoji. Oh, thanks. They're rare, Momotaro.
These are some of Daz's up and coming fish.
These are Rick's Dineaches.
Rick's Dineaches.
I mean, it's
Not
Dineaches.
exactly mine.
Yours. Make them New Forest. So they come from your ponds.
Yeah.
Jesus, I need a notepad.
Yeah,
They're from the shower, though, mate.
That's
You
the
should
show
call-
corn, yeah.
Which one's the
You
best
should
in
call
there,
them.
Al?
Well, I'm busy putting A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and then I'll mark them after that.
I need a new fucking notepad.
Daz, are they from the? They're from the shower.
Yeah.
I
Alright,
believe
yeah.
this one is. This is
Oh.
one of Rick's fish, and it's
Nah.
Tony's from Farmo
Is it?
Koi, I believe. Or this could be Crafty's Grown Show one. Hopefully, Tony will
That's. I can't. I don't know. It could be. I don't think so, though.
There was none that well patterned, mate.
Fuck off. No, you're right.
So that's Rick's then. If that's either New Forest or
I don't
Momotaro.
think that's the Momotaro one.
That one's the Momotaro then.
That one's definitely the Momotaro one.
You're all wrong. That's definitely not.
He fucking is, mate. Easy.
He's not.
Nice
Hey.
Maritime. He's about the right colour for the
And
Benny.
again, this is Tony's from Farmo Koi.
Crafty, there was none for a step like that, mate.
The fuck it was, mate. You just didn't have the right eye, pal. You've got to learn a bit. Anyway, by the
Tony got
time
to
you
pick
pick, there weren't
10th
no
place,
fucking forward
so-
step like that. Is that far down the pecking order?
Same fish again, that.
That's definitely Momotaro.
All right. If that
Well,
wins a
I've-
ground show, I'm happy.
I'm going to say that's Rick's, and the other one was Momotaro.
Nah.
Hopefully, if Will's still on, he can let us. Sorry, if Will's still on. That's because Will just posted. If Tony's still on, he can let us know which one's which.
Go back to the other one for me, Gas.
He had 3 though, didn't he?
He's got 3 fish, but it's 2 videos of the same one.
All
I
right.
don't think that's Momotaro, mate, on the body, mate. And if I have, then he needs to feed it more because it's definitely lost weight.
I'll take it. That's one of mine.
I don't recall seeing any of those Momotaro with a Benny spot leading into the dorsal like that. That is more the Momotaro that I would say we had, like the pattern style. The right hue in the Benny plate as well. Definitely.
This now whose is this then? I know whose the fish is, and I know where it's come from.
That's nice. That's cloud.
Shit, is that one I gave away?
It is, mate. Yeah. That's Jiggs's fish that
Look
you
at it,
give
like,
him
it's
at
devastating. Look at the
Vince's
Shiroji on that,
Toy
mate.
Fest.
The Shiroji is fucking popping.
Freebie. I give away so many fish. It's unbelievable.
I said to you about that earlier, didn't I? Stop giving your fish away, man.
That's a nice
That's
fish,
nice.
that, mate. It's good, good.
It is
That,
nice.
isn't it?
Yeah.
The tail fin's too big.
It's not grown
Grow
into it.
into it.
I like that. I'll tell you what, mate. That Benny's deep. What parent set does that come from, Rick?
My own.
Your own.
Yeah.
Vicky.
This is Vicky's, this.
Well, that's one of mine.
And that's one of Daz's.
We could judge it.
Play nicely.
No, it's a nice step back, isn't it?
Again, that's Vicky's, and it's one from Daz's Sky Farm.
That'd make a better fish, though, bigger, wouldn't it?
It's got a nice body on it. A nice body line, mate. It'd be nice to see what that looks like at 30 cm.
Yeah. Well, Vicky's far more likely to get it to 30 cm than I am.
Does she feed her fish?
But Dad, you should be having them fish at 30 cm, mate.
Mate, that's better.
That's
a
Daz's
better
as well.
Kahaku. Yeah.
Where are we hiding that one? That's
Yeah,
nice.
it's hiding at Bubble and Finn's polytunnel, so that's Vicky's again.
Is she cherry picking all your good ones?
I'll tell you what, mate, that's a nice belly plate, that. That's a good pattern as
Oh,
well.
that, mate.
It's a nice fish, that.
I'd like to see
Graded
that.
by me.
I'd like to see that dorsal side on.
Oh, my camera's froze.
No, you're all right, Gaz.
And that one's Dino's.
Oh, Dino, top Kahaku, mate, that.
No, you didn't put that in. That's just in there from the last.
I'm just saying it anyway, mate. Just because it's Dino and he's worth winding up.
We've got Will's.
Your camera has froze, Gus.
Yeah.
Is it because you're eating crumpets?
No, it's just because it's froze.
That grub was nice, Cal.
Is it all right?
Yeah, good man. Bit of bread in there to mop up the gravy. Beautiful.
I'd like a bit of bread and gravy now.
Mate, I have.
To mop up alcohol.
I'm such a fat bastard for bread, mate. It's unreal.
Those are
I'll
Will's.
cook 38 sausages
from,
in one night for
New
him.
Forest Koi.
What, for
Mate.
you?
Tony says
Fat
find more
bastard.
kois. There should be a third one. Let's see if we can find your third one.
Tony, which one was your Momotaro, mate? That's what I want to know.
Get on mine, Gaz. We'll see the parents and the
I was
grandparents.
going for a
Yeah.
shit.
Come on, you piece.
I'll have to send you a picture of one of mine, actually.
Here we are.
Oh, that's nice.
Ooh.
So that's the parents.
Well, you need to make sure that Al sees these.
So that's one of ours. That's a homebred fish that produced these.
Oh, sorry.
Not that one. Not that.
Sorry, went wrong way.
Is this yours, Rick? This?
Yeah.
I fucking
So
wish
that's
there were pictures of
the
mine.
female we use to produce the next line.
Where's that from, mate?
Well, from us.
No. What parents is it from, dude?
A cow and Momentero cross. And these are some of the offspring.
I'll tell you what, mate. That's a good quality Momotaro, isn't it?
I'd say it's a good quality of cow. The cow are better, mate.
What for Kahaku?
Yeah.
In what way?
From what we want.
For what way?
Consistency of Benny, Shiroji, body.
The Benny on Momotaro's very. In fact, he brings up a good point. So, on the Momotaro, there were some people that said that the Benny weren't red enough, which made me smile. But it's one thing. It's like you can get a red Benny or you can get more orange Benny, but it doesn't fucking matter a shit as long as that Benny plate is the same colour. So
These
even
are
if it's a
balls?
deep red or a lighter coloured orange, it doesn't demerit anything as long as the consistency's there.
Yeah, but from our point of view, if you get, I love Momotaro stuff, but if we get like 10
Body-wise,
10 fish out of an entire spawning that are decent
yeah,
from Momotaro, that's a good result. But if we go back a stage
yeah,
and across our own parents, we might get 500 offspring that are half decent. They won't grow as big. They're not as good.
yeah.
But they're much more sellable.
But that's the difference, mate. And it was what you're looking at is getting
53
a couple of quid, isn't it?
They're no
Yeah,
two, is it?
basically.
No, but and I appreciate that now. I'm in the
That's
business. I
Nigel's.
appreciate where you're coming from on that.
That one's Nigel's.
Nigel Nippenkoi.
Nippenkoi.
Nigel.
Yeah, Pinfield.
Tell you what, mate, he's got some little bangers tucked away as Nige. Nigel, if you're watching, mate, how did you get on at the show?
1-1, lost 2.
So Aaron says that is in here somewhere.
You're not making it easy for
They're not
Alan
making
to
this
judge
easy
you,
at
mate.
all.
Fucking flicking through everything.
And he went to the toilet when my best one was on.
That's Momotaro.
That's Tony's Momotaro.
There you go.
Or is that
That's
Aaron's?
not Tony's.
That's Amanda's.
Well,
It's
that's
the one before
Tony's.
that. That's his Momotaro.
That's mine as well. Behave yourself.
Fucking hate Rick.
No, it's not Momotaro. It's
100% mine.
there. It says at the bottom.
No, that's Amanda Smith's mate.
Amanda Smith's.
Yeah. The one before that is Tony's Momotaro.
It's not, mate. I know the fish is mine.
You know
100%.
the fish. You know that fish is yours. But to be fair, mate, it could be. Looking at the
That's
colour of
Tony's.
the
That's Tony's Momotaro.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like,
I see too many.
that's not
That's
his
mine.
Momotaro.
Apologies. That's definitely mine as well. That's mine. They're all mine. All of them. That's mine. That's mine.
That's your
This has not
Kahaku.
been made easy this week.
That's
at
your
all.
best Kahaku.
There's no.
Yes.
Aaron said you posted his in there and he hadn't because it's here. So that's Aaron's Umbakoi. That's Momotaro.
There you go. And it's fucking clearly stated on the screen. That is the fish that Rick wanted.
It's not mine, though, is it? He
That's the
stole
one
it
you
from me.
wanted.
I know, he nicked it.
And I think I chose it for him, actually.
And this is
No, I
Dainichi.
chose it and he nicked it.
You know what's mental, mate? Alan can look at these for, like in literally 20 seconds and know where he's placing them.
Yeah, because mine's the best.
Tell you had a beer like. Well, I like the way last week you was like my fish are shit, but this week they're all the best.
Amazing, isn't it?
Like
That's Nigel's.
inconsistent.
Paul's. Daz's. So somewhere in here.
Thank you, Lise, for putting that on. That's definitely a Momotaro, mate.
That's Amanda Smith's, that one.
No, the one before that one, mate.
Go back. Come on.
The
50
marathon.
quid bet.
I'm going to find it because it is here. It is here. There
I'll
we
tell
go.
you what. Oh, that is Momotaro.
What, the top one?
Yeah.
So Tony's just said there, right?
100 quid.
I sent free defo, Gaz.
But he's put first and
Third vid.
second,
Just checked all three's different.
third Momotaro. But which one's number 3?
So that's the Momotaro.
There, told you that.
That's not what you said.
It fucking
Top
is
one.
that one, man. I said that from work. Oh,
That one's Rick's.
that one's definitely Rick's.
That
He's
one's
looked at his
Rick's.
head. That was definitely
That's
Momotaro. Brett.
Momotaro. There we go.
Hang on a
I'll
minute.
sell that
Hang on a
one.
minute. I just worked out that Rick's parents set is Momotaro anyway. So actually, they're all fucking Momotaro, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you lose.
Technically.
I'm the winner.
Putting it down, mate. I'm going to start selling them all.
Somebody else
Momotaro.
just said there's one from.
You're all Momotaro. You're 50 quid down, mate. You can tell you've had a beer.
Somebody else has posted one in Facebook. Recent media. There we go. Lee writes. That's a nice
Oh, I
giver.
was going to post one in Facebook to you guys. I forgot. I need to find it now.
It's a bit late now, isn't it?
Is it on the tools, son, isn't I?
Did you ever get give away your gift
We should
voucher?
see the next one. We're seeing that one. Seeing that one.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
yeah, Vicky got it, didn't she?
That's nice. Who's
Barker's.
that? That's the winner, mate. Where's that come from?
That's
That's
Tony
not the winner.
Barker's. Another one that he
Skin is
posted this
fucking
afternoon.
filthy on that though.
Mate, I'm giving that my choice. That's nice.
That's lovely.
It's an unusual pattern.
Yeah, but it's
That's
still
the best
it's
one I've.
quality.
That's the best one I've seen yet. I think for me that.
Cheers, Tony Barker, for sending it in late.
No, he sent it 8 hours ago. Look, it's there 8 hours ago. Before anybody says, 8 hours ago. He
Nice.
just
That's,
sent me a message to say I did send another one this afternoon. And
Big
these
top
are his,
trumps again, aren't I?
these are Chris Taylor's
Axolotls.
axolotls.
Yeah,
Oh,
guys,
that
I'm
is-
going to send you one of mine.
This is Chris Taylor's fish. Alan's got a lot of fish to be looking at here, mate.
Yeah.
He's in his element, mate.
I'm dying to see you look places 1, 2, and 3.
I ain't been keeping notes, mate. I've been taking the piss out of Rick.
Alan, when you went to the toilet, did you see my amazing 94 centimetre 4-step car coat?
Well, I thought it was with 34 cm.
Oh,
And Chris's again. And again. And again. There was somebody else that posted one saying, Phil Koyshack, I sent mine to your Facebook homepage. That's Chris Taylor's again.
that's nice.
That's nice. Yeah.
Just give him too much away.
A good photo of that. That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
Sure. I've got this, guys. I'm just going to show you a picture on Nick Tavallin when he was at the last koi show, mate.
Same fish again. And a video of them all again. A video of that one.
It's a good pattern, isn't it? That's the top fish, isn't it?
I was going to take a photo of my 5-step tonight, and a bloody battery gone flat in my phone.
That's not so good compared to the last one, is it?
No, it's just a little bit of white on its tail. The 1-step, definitely.
Phil Lamberts, was that the gentleman
No.
that said there? Phil's Koi Shack? I hope so.
Seriously deep Benny, but needs
It is,
some.
isn't it? Need some food.
Young fish though.
Yeah.
It's a quality fish from the side, isn't it?
Mm.
Not one of mine.
Mind you, phone cameras sometimes tend to make the Benny look really, really bright.
Yeah,
That's nice, though, isn't it?
Yeah, pattern's nice anyway on it.
Now this one is Elizabeth Ann's all the way from. Now then, I forget.
America.
Yeah, but whereabouts in America? I've forgotten.
Oh. Is it Michigan or somewhere?
You just guess it. That's just
Imported from
Chuck it in.
I might get lucky.
Fukasawa, is that right? Is that pronounced right? Fukasawa. Koi farm in Japan. What's that one? That's a picture of a round pond. And that's it. I'm
Hang
sure
on.
we had.
Have you shown mine yet, Gaz?
No,
I'm
we're not doing
I'm
yours,
sure
Crafty.
No, you've got to.
Qualified.
I'm sure that Elizabeth had one of it.
You don't have to put them in the competition, like, but you really need to have a look.
Is it better than my one?
Easily, mate. And fucking anything's better than yours, son.
I've been on this for months. I've never won nothing.
I
I'll
think-
won one.
right, so we've got this one.
Another one. Christ.
I couldn't even win it with a bloody goldfish.
Down each it. 23 cm. Crafties.
The next one's the best Kahaku in me pond. The next one. I sent you 3 gas.
Disqualify him for not making it clearly in capital.
There's our Allan Tait at the last Koi show. Fucking the resemblance is uncanny, lad.
Nick winning with that. Whose is that? Is that yours?
That's a learning fish, mate. It's actually a Sankey, but it's got no sumi on it yet. So I want to see how long it takes for the sumi to develop.
That's actually a
Kahaku, then, isn't it?
25 years.
Yeah, mate, but that's why I got it for, because I wanted a learning fish. And the other thing I'll learn from that is
Not
between
to buy another one.
Dan 1 and Dan 2 is how the Shiroji will develop over that.
Are you sure it's not just a Kahaku?
It's not. That is from Takano's Secret Sankey event.
That's how secret it is.
It's a gem in the pond. 1 in 4 years' time, that'll be a fucking champion. Like.
Lee Wright's posted one there. I mean, that's technically that's
That's
not a
a fucking
Kahaku,
Tashiki.
mate.
It's not
That's
even a
a Goshki.
Kahaku, that.
It's a Goshki.
Late entries. So I think that is everybody's fish.
Easily a winner for me. Easily the winner. Last fish definitely wins. So I'm just going to put it out there, guys. I've also got for this episode, because Alan is judging, whoever wins gets a gift card.
Hang on a minute. Mine was definitely better than yours.
Oh. Let's put the stakes now.
I don't know where we're going with this.
It's still frozen, look.
I know
I'm still
where.
frozen. I'm going to have to drop off and come back on then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna have
done.
to drop off, Gaz. So, there was actually quite a few fish on there that it was a good showing tonight, I thought, to be honest.
Yeah, it was.
There was some good size fish in there as well, which is quite nice.
There were some nice blue bulls
Yeah.
for a change.
I love the way Wheels comes in. Too late, Crafty. Mate, I'm not even entered. I don't want to win a card anyway tonight.
Because you know what's on it? Rubbish.
1 pence.
Yeah, cup of tea.
Oh, look, it's just got a black screen now. The fucking host is knackered this quite up.
What is going on?
He's lost in cyberspace, I think.
Should you do the wheel without him?
Yeah.
That like Wheel of Doom thing he does.
The wheel of doom. Extra marks for blue bowls.
Let's give us a top 3. How's he worked it out?
Oh, how hard was that to judge?
Easy.
Easy, yeah. There was only one winner.
It weren't yours, Rick. It weren't, mate.
To be honest, it probably was.
He's back. No, you're back.
There we go.
He's got to take away his camera thing.
So, just so you know, guys, I don't know if you could hear it, but I'm giving another gift card tonight, mate, for the winner.
No, I could still hear. I could hear everything you were saying. I just couldn't get my camera to unfreeze for some
Right,
reason.
guys, I apologise for what I said about you.
You don't, mate. You need to watch it back, though, mate. It was evil.
Right, so that last one from Tony Barker for me, all day long. That was stunning. But that's just
I
me
agree.
picking
Pattern,
that as a
was
fish
immense.
that I liked.
I didn't see the one that there was one particular fish that stood out for me. Was it? that one probably comes second for me, Gaz. I don't know the name of the person that
Please
one of
don't
the
make me
bigger
go.
ones.
That were a lot of fish.
Yeah, I know, mate.
There.
I didn't note the name, but there was one for me that stood out amongst that one.
Well, which one was it?
Number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3 on the Facebook one.
No. For Al to give us his number 3.
Oh,
I gave me fourth place. I've got them marked down to fourth.
Okay, so 4th
Oh.
is
2 in fourth place.
oh,
I've got one of Tony's, which was his second koi, which you argued about, which was Rick's.
no, it was Mama
I'll take that
Taro.
as a win. Come on.
And Rob Howard's fish.
Rob Howard's fish.
Yep. And
Whoever
then
else has to find it, it would.
Gaz needs to find it, mate, to show everyone.
it was his.
Come on, Gaz. No pressure.
no pressure.
Yeah, mate. Have you not got them in order?
Mate, if I could get people to put when I put the thing in on Facebook, everybody please share your fishing video underneath here, and then I get everybody just posting them wherever they want in Facebook. There is this
Always start with I, Gaz. That's all I can say, mate. Always start with I. What can I do different to make it better?
Ask people to put them where I ask.
So,
That's what I can do.
but the thing is, right,
Oh,
you should have
what
already.
name was it that you said? What was it again?
Tony Howard.
Rod Howard.
Rod Howard.
It was his second fish. His second fish.
I'm a winner. Me and Tony are winners.
Mate, you're not a
You keep
winner.
telling us.
You're in joint 4th place, man. That's shit, that.
Relay race.
That's the number of fish there was.
It's a place.
I'm competing against Japan here.
You're using Japanese fish.
Rod
Not
Howard.
mine, eh?
Have you found it yet, Gus?
I think I have, yeah. Was it this one now?
Please say no, Al, just for the laugh.
Yep.
That is nice.
That's fourth with Rick's.
That's Momotaro, that.
I've never been so Momotaro all day. And first, second, and third goes to the same owner. He's got a slight advantage. He's got some big fish. First,
Tony
second,
Barker.
and third is Tony Barker. Yeah. And the fish you guys have put in first is third.
Hang on now.
Oh, that's nice.
That's number one.
Yeah, that was the fish. That's the fish I was looking at.
So that's number 1 from yourself.
Yeah. The one before that is number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the head pattern on that fish. That's
And the
fine.
one Rick placed in first is third, only because of one little demerit.
Oh, behave yourself.
Who's this? Tony Barker.
Tony
Yeah.
Barker's other
I'll
one.
tell you what, Tony, mate, you've got yourself a gift card. Well done.
So the other one from Tony Barker.
It was more towards the end. Yeah, Nix.
Oh, maybe it's in the same list of. That one.
There it is. Why is that a third man?
I was being very, very pedantic.
And that
It's
is the
got
penny
red
in
in
the
its
peck.
peck.
That's the one.
See, Rick, you've got to have an eye for this game, mate.
I tell you what, I bet that over the rest of them all day long, mate.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
what
what,
Judge says.
Ian is fucking fabulous, Al, eh?
If we've got
Yeah,
as many
yeah,
people, there
that's
is 64 people watching at present right now. When I post, oops, in the community group, You will see each week that there's a good evening all. What topics would you like to talk about this evening? Please drop us your comments and your videos and your photos below, if I spelt photos right, like I suppose. But if you can drop all your videos and all your pictures underneath here, you can either put in a topic for us to talk about and also drop your pictures and your videos of your fishing there in the Facebook group. That way it keeps them all in one place.
But let Al talk through. Let Al talk through how he's done the top three, right, for all to see.
Body shape, skin quality, Benny. The things we've been talking about all night.
But how have you differentiated between 3, 2, 1, mate?
Because you didn't see my female for a start. Must be.
That's totally well out of the running, Rick. Come on.
That's nice, mate.
Actually, I didn't see this fish.
Oh no!
Hey, mate, I told you it was totally not in the running.
Alan, for an English fish, mate, 65
You're
centimetres
wrong.
stands eye.
This is stunning.
What are you taking away from it? It's nice, isn't it?
It is.
Could
It
you
is
just
a very nice
could
fish.
you just stolen first place, Alan?
No,
Late entry.
Late entry. I posted that 2 years ago.
it moves into joint third.
I'd ask for a
Into a
Stuart's
giant third.
inquiry rate.
Okay, so on this fish, pecks are a little bit too big, and
Bit
the
weak down the back end.
the back end, the benny going into the tail fin. There's no stop on the odome in comparison to others.
Stop being so, that's been too negative. There's nothing wrong with that fish. Body shape's good, rouge is good, belly plate's good. That's just a minor small demerit. Pecks.
But
Oh,
we're doing minors, aren't we?
no. Joint third.
I am, mate, because it's that close, Rick.
Joint
As an
third.
English fish, mate, I'm over the moon with that.
No, it's clean as a fucking bell, mate, isn't it?
And she's produced us shed loads more, so it's quality.
That's
Here's
what
some
she's
babies.
produced.
Yeah. Can't knock them.
That's a nice bowl of fish and all, isn't it?
Yes.
Can't knock them at all. They're nice.
There was a lot of good fish tonight.
Free to a good home, then.
Everybody should be pleased with what they've put in.
I
A
love
lot of
them.
them
Thanks
were
very
a little
much.
bit small yet. You're competing with size 5s, 6s, and 7s as opposed to size 2s and 3s.
Free to a good home.
But some really good fish.
Bag them up. Done.
Bag
Deal.
them up. Send them on.
They're nice, them, Rick.
But to be fair, I do like some of Tony. Is it Tony Barker's fish? Tony Barker.
Yeah,
Tony
Tony
Barker's,
Barker's
yeah,
some lovely fish.
Yeah.
The skin on them fish is fucking outstanding.
Tony Barker wins, mate.
Let's have another look, Gaz, at Tony Barker's lad. Let's give him some airtime. Let's put a lot of effort in getting them fish to where they are.
I do like this one, mate. Red in the peck or not, mate. Your animals. That's
I
nice.
think that's beautiful. That.
It is
Yeah,
nice.
Again, the skin in that owl is bad, isn't it? It's like mental, isn't it?
Yeah, really good skin.
That's a nice
Yeah,
fish.
fish.
That. So the only
Try pause it
demerit
when-
on that, Alan, was
Try and pause
literally
it
the
when
red
it's
in the
face
peck.
down.
Yeah, the red in the peck shouldn't be there unless it's joining part of the pattern on the body, but it doesn't.
Ah, right. So if it went up into the body with a little bit and it was joining through, that'd be all right. That'd be
If
acceptable.
it's part of the body pattern, then it's acceptable.
Sweet.
Everyone
Okay,
needs
so-
referees, doesn't they?
What's the technicalities in right? Because again, this is something that a lot of people look at, right? So the benny going onto the peduncle. What is the technicalities in that, Al?
It's people being really nitpicky and dealers trying to make on that
Extra
It
cat
should
colour,
it
that's not
should
there.
have a tail stop. Come on. You couldn't produce enough fish in the world to satisfy the hobby if you had all these imperfections taken away.
See,
For years, I was taught that fish shouldn't have benny in the dorsal, benny in the pecs. Well, even the Japanese aren't that good. They can produce enough fish to satisfy the market. So then it suddenly changed to having Benny in the dorsal, which didn't touch the top of the dorsal. That's acceptable.
Yeah. Which is something that we looked at when you was down doing.
If we get into Joe's philosophy, the dorsal on this fish, nice
quality
clean
of that
white
fin
dorsal right
is
through.
superb, isn't it?
That's stunning,
Yeah.
now, isn't it? That's it's really nice fish there, Tony.
Does Tony show? Do you
I think
know
he
that?
should.
I think he does, yeah.
And I think that shows as well.
Is that acceptable then to have red right up to the end of the nose? I thought they had to have like a white.
No.
As long as they're good enough, it doesn't matter, mate.
If you ask one of the two of the Japanese breeders, where should the pattern start on a pattern fish? It should be on its nose. And this is where you get a Kahatu shouldn't have a full red head.
So all this about the classic horseshoe pattern on that's not true then.
It's just one of the pattern elements. That's all it is, nothing more. So you can have it touching right on the nose, and that's where it should start. The pattern should start on the nose on a pattern fish.
Sorry, that
And
made me
the Kahatu and Sankey shouldn't have all red heads.
Sorry, all them fish I've called unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Next
Can
week's
you
koi
bring up?
appreciation will be the Goshki.
Can you bring up Nippon Koi Nigel's koi, Gaz?
That's
I can send it to you on a video if you want.
Alan, I just take this opportunity to say thank you, mate.
Yeah,
Yes,
Teaching
thank you very
a
much.
lot of.
I'll put it
Been
on
a great-
Facebook Messenger, Gaz. It's quicker for you, mate.
I mean, he didn't hear that, did he?
I did.
I just get silent. Well, you have taught me a lot of stuff, whether I take it on board or not.
I say you won't remember any of
The
it.
thing is, it's remembering it, man.
After 10
I
10
remember it in a
caps.
few years.
It's a
Oh,
day,
oh. Go on, mate. Sorry.
it's a day I come down to New Forest Koi and say, what a pile of shit. Cool.
I wouldn't expect anything less, man. Crack on.
Yeah, I did see some good fish the other night.
He
That
actually,
big
he actually wanted to
one.
listen to that as well because there was a nice little argument between Nigel and Lisa there saying, "Get it in the bowl. I want it straight. I want it straight."
We can play that.
I can't play it fruit sound so you can hear it. There you go. We get it straight as we can. So he wants you to ask. What he wants. His question is, "What's wrong with mine?"
Okay, so
Quality of your
Nigel
picture
has
and
asked
video.
me to come back with a bit of feedback on his koi, mate. What, if anything, what's wrong with his fish?
What with that fish?
Yep,
Lacks volume, nothing more.
there you go.
And that's what I'm thinking about. Most of the fish that's been on tonight, there's been some stunning fish, but a lot of them just haven't got the size yet, haven't got the volume, nothing more. Where Tony's has volume.
Can you explain volume, Al, so people understand what you mean by that?
Body shape and volume are two different things. Body shape, this has got excellent body shape. Not a problem with that. What it lacks is mass on the side of the fish. It's quite slim on the sides, so it needs to fill out. Nothing more.
Definite male.
I'm
And
not sure. Definite male.
and how can that be achieved when you're conditioning your fish and getting them ready for show, Al?
Yeah,
Is
you've got to start feeding the fish earlier in the season. And I'm the wrong person to say that because I didn't feed mine. Mine didn't get fed from November till possibly end of June.
Wow.
Then they get hit heavy.
which makes them pile on the mass.
Yeah. They'll still get food source from what's in the water, anyways.
Yeah.
To be honest, we've to get mass on fish easy is to feed them heavy at about 18 degrees.
Yeah.
And they put on body fat as well as muscle and get
Yeah, I'll crank mine up to get good volume on them. I'll crank up to 24 degrees and feed them heavy.
So what about pearl barley, Al?
Never used it.
Why do people use it?
It's an old-fashioned way of getting skin quality up, chirurgy up. Never used it.
No, winter food, isn't it? It's the way of feeding them, easily digestible.
Tastes
Good
easy to
food.
digest. Yeah. But I didn't
But
feed
not
winter.
much mass on them.
I only ask the questions because it's good for the people watching to,
Yeah.
because they'll see stuff popping up on Facebook and whatever, and it's like, oh, I'm putting pearl barley in, and it's like, but they don't say why.
Pearl barley is about 12 tops, 12% protein.
Yeah.
At tops.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're not building it. It's mostly
You're
carbs.
not building a
that-
fish up on
that-
12% protein, are you?
But it's easily digestible. It's a good winter food. It's a good food. You can add stuff again. Anything in it. It's what you do with it at the right temperature, at the right time, the right place.
Yeah.
But yeah, it will condition up shiroji. It will condition up fish coming out of the winter, but it's not great for growing fish or building mass.
No, it's not.
Mr. Webb can't tell the time because he says, Gaz, in 15 minutes you've hit the new live record of 5 hours. Well, 7:30 to 11:30 would be
Probably-
4 hours. We've
probably
only done
high
4
on
hours, 20
nicotine.
minutes.
High on nicotine, Gaz. That's what he is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Have we run out of questions?
We
No,
haven't run out of
there's
questions,
loads.
mate. No, we have got some more questions.
Good.
Oh,
I'll
I've
tell
got
you
one
what.
for Alan. Alan, where in the world would you rather be right now than here?
Japan.
Even though Lee's over there,
Yeah, I saw that.
Big
Little
place. You don't have to be there.
what I will say is, though, Al, it's been,
Very
For
appreciative, mate. That's what it's
learning.
been. Thank you very much for coming and doing what you've done, mate, and telling us all what you have.
Yeah, we have learnt a lot.
for learning, and there's not enough of this that goes on, in my opinion, to get people looking in and seeing, the fact that demerits are okay, and trying to seek that perfect koi is just, again, I know that Ricky says it. It's like to get something that's, you don't need to spend a lot of money to get something that's going to be able to win in a show. A lot of it is being able to understand what the technicalities are and how to get the best out of your fish.
Yeah.
And when you come on and you do what you do by saying, right, look at the body shape, look at the skin, that's not good, that's not good. That's by far more interesting than saying this is the best koi that money can buy. It really breaks down what people can see in a shop and what they can look for themselves easily just by having the knowledge. It's brilliant, and I think even like seasoned people like Rick, people that are learning like me, and people that don't know, that don't have access to people like you, like I do, or Rick does. It's good to share that knowledge, and I thank you for doing it, mate. I know we speak a
very
lot,
much
but
so,
I
mate.
thank you for being able to give us your time, mate. To be honest.
And to be honest, mate, more than anything for me, I never thought I'd ever have anything like this ever going on. I just thought this would be a little bit of a live to boost my watch time hours to get me up into the monetization. I never thought for a minute I'd get something like the UK's head judge coming on and sitting on here and talking with me overnight. So,
And we'll disagree with him.
If
It
got
is
one quick question
humbling.
here, and I'm going to answer this honestly, Rick, because you asked the question, Gaz. Who would you be your number one choice as a guest on your live? My number one choice is on it, mate. He's been on it since day one. No,
it does.
Daz. Daz was my number one guest that I asked to join me on this show, and he's been here for every single one that we've done, even when he's been on
mate.
holiday.
Oh,
That melts your heart, doesn't it?
It's truth. It's the truth.
The only thing I would add, Daz, is get yourself a proper stein net for that bloody pond of yours.
and I know Al knows a good plumber, mate, that can sort that drip out on your tap.
Yeah, I can sort that too. So that's honestly. So.
But honestly, Gaz, right? You say that, but then, you know, Rick in himself, the amount of knowledge, experience, and that comes on, you know, I think
Anybody that can come on and teach me something is always welcome as a guest, mate. Because every
but
time I've done one of these shows, I've learned something.
But anyone does, mate. When it comes to the experience, when you look at what you have had on, and actually you're probably one of the longest lives running now, even with your little break taken out, right? You've gone from strength to strength, mate. And I think people join into this because it's not all marketing bullshit. It's a good laugh. People talk. People are honest. People bicker. People debate. You know, and you involve your audience where there's no other channel that does that on a live, mate. And you know that's down to yourself, Gaz. Otherwise, the likes of Alan wouldn't come on. I certainly wouldn't come on. Rick wouldn't join your crew. You know, and the likes of Ricky Stoddart wouldn't even jump on for half hour, mate. You know, and I think actually the pat on the back belongs to you, but more importantly, the pat on the back belongs to all the viewers because they're the ones that tune in to make the show.
100%, mate. It is. I think we probably smashed his target of, as Gary was saying, I think this will be one of our longest videos that we've done, or lives that we've done. And I think we've smashed his highest target of viewers as well. I think we've pushed over 125, which is the most we've ever had watching. And again, that's another. You know,
and just for the record, I know that. I mean, I don't know whether you agree or not, mate, but since I've been coming on the live now, I'm in a position where I'll be offering Gaz sponsorship on his channel, you know, and I look after it, right? And
got that
and
live.
That's not. I mean, even if Rick does, then that's good, right? But I'm putting it out there. The reason why I come on with gift cards and whatnot is nothing more than, you know, to show my appreciation for Gaz letting me come onto his channel, you know. And I could sponsor lots of YouTubers, mate, but my choice goes to somebody that puts the effort in, not just somebody that makes fucking videos for the sake of it, you know. And what Gaz does for the Koi community, irrespective of whether you agree with what we say or not, at the end of the day, Gaz puts a lot of time and effort into this. And I know, being a YouTuber, how much fucking life it zaps out of you trying to get together. And that's why I have a lot of appreciation for Gaz, and why I'm in a place where I can offer those gift cards, you know. And they should be watering, mate, because if it weren't for Gaz, we wouldn't have this entertainment. And the fact is that you've got people sat at 4.5 hours still in. Yeah. No one would sit and go to a fucking cinema and watch a film for 4.5 hours.
Yeah. To be fair though, Crafty, I mean, the concept is this is what we do every night, and we do it all week.
That's the thing.
Pouring it out. We do it all day and night. It's
the others as well that you don't see that are doing the spanner work. No, none of this could happen without them, because they source a lot of shit out that 100%. We never even get to see.
Yeah, so totally right, mate. And they keep certain fucking people in order to an extent as well.
Yeah.
And thank you, guys.
Swear words out, didn't they?
So they fuck us like, mate. You know.
It turned into a love fest, didn't it?
It has, yeah.
I think
love fest.
I think when you get the likes of, like, Alan's a normal person, and it gives Al the ability to show how normal he is by having a laugh with the lads. Right? And because as soon as you put a fucking suit and tie on him, mate, not only does he not look like a Trump anymore, right? He looks like quite a civilized human being. But a lot of people run away from Al when he's got his blazer on. But in honesty, it's nice that Al comes on to share his experiences, eh?
If you go to a show and you say just the right words, you can get a cheeky giggle out of Alan when he's at a show. Because I managed it on my last one at the Newark Koi show. When I said something to him, he gave me a cheeky little...
Yeah, and then he'll go, fuck off. I was like, what's this one here? He'll go, fuck off, straight away. It's like he's such a good friend of mine. You know what I mean? Treats me that bad.
There we go. I've enjoyed, I will be honest, I've enjoyed just being a viewer watching these lives more than ever. Enjoyed being a YouTuber, including the live we did. Thank you very much, Gary. Appreciate that, mate. As Tony says there, a shout out to Vicky for keeping the chat in check. 100%. Vicky has done a lot behind the back of the scenes, adding in, as has Dave, as has Mike, as has Aaron, and as other monitor or admin, whatever you want to class them as, that have come and gone. But yeah,
Who was the guy that won tonight, mate?
Tony Barker.
Tony Barker. So you got yourself a gift.
Who won the first?
Vicky.
Vicky.
Vicky was the first one.
I've got Vicky, but Tony, mate, you can hit me up on, through the website of the shop, or you can find me on YouTube and drop me, not YouTube, on Facebook under Crafty Koi, and drop me a message on there, mate. I can either send it out to you, or you can come down to the shop. Let me know if you come to the shop, and then we'll do a bit of one-on-one time as well, mate.
So then, guys, that only leaves one more thing. Next week's fish will be
fuck next week.
the goshki. For the koi appreciation next week will be a goshki, guys. So if you can do me a huge favour, share it in that little section area that I showed you in the Facebook group. But thanks, massive thanks to Alan, massive thanks to Rick, massive thanks to Anthony, and massive thanks to Daz and Vince, who had to get off early because he's grafted for a week. But yeah, usual thing, guys. If you're enjoying this kind of content, do us a huge favour: like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. And until next time, keep smiling, guys, and we'll catch you on the next one. Good night, all, and thanks for joining us.
Everyone.
Right, everyone.
I'll stay there, mate. You don't have to go now. Stay there.
Bye.
Cheers, guys.
Keep still.